sophisticated cyber threats, the need was felt for the leaders from this domain and the security industry to collaborate on a single platform. Hence, DSCI took this initiative in 2018 to organize an annual conference on the contours of financial security. FinSec 2022 would endeavor to reflect upon the growth trajectory of the country's financial sector and critically examine the security and privacy concerns associated with the current and possibly the future digitization context. These 2 days is hosting 85 plus speakers and 30 knowledge led sessions, including plenaries, keynotes, parallel tracks, workshops, and panel discussions that would cover key areas such as consumer trust, resiliency for digital enterprise, future of financial work, data enterprises, contactless transactions and payments, rapid application deployment, financial innovation, and many more. Well, both the days would be full of opportunities, experiences, and possibilities for all you attendees out there. With this, I extend a very, very warm welcome to all of you to the FinSec 2022 and hope all of you will leverage the maximum value out of it. Well, just in case our audience is not aware, one of you stand a chance to win utility tools worth 45,000 if you become our top attendee and score highest in the leaderboard. To keep everything fun and exciting, for the very first time, we are introducing a photo booth session on our event platform. You can bring out the FinTech geek in you and use our FinSec template in a frame and share your photographs on Instagram and Twitter using the hashtag FinSec 2022. We are going to be featuring the best ones on our social platforms. Keep sharing your experience using the official hashtag FinSec2022 on social media and tag @DSCI_connect on Twitter. Well, also don't forget to check out our expo booths to know about the latest technologies and services our exhibitors, partners are offering. Well, this conclave would have not seen the light of the day without the support of our sponsors, exhibitors, and media partners. We take pride in announcing that Paytm is our platinum sponsor this year. The gold sponsors are Microsoft and Tenable. In the silver sponsors category, we have Ocops, LastPass, MySQL. Masterclass partner, Fortinet, and our exhibitors being Cyber SRC, Data Resolve, and Eventus TechSolve with Wire 19 as our online media partner. And now I would like to welcome someone very, very special from the DSCI family. And trust me, ladies and gentlemen, when she walks up and when this lady says, well done, it really means a lot for all of us. So please help me in welcoming Miss Rama Vedashri, the CEO of DSCI, to give a warm welcome to our audience and to set the tone for FinSec 2022.
A very good morning to all of you all joining us at the FinSec Conclave. Thank you, Navita, for kicking off this inaugural session. And on behalf of the entire DSCI team and all our industry partners, both from the financial services sector and the technology sector, who are helping us host this Financial Services Conclave 2022, which is our fourth edition. Welcome to all of you, particularly all the speakers who are joining us for several sessions in which they'll be able to share their experiences and knowledge and their technical expertise. To kick off this financial services conclave for this year, the digital payments industry and the overall financial services industry, the rapid digitization that has happened globally, and the way innovative technologies have got adopted, the attention to security and the exacerbated threats on this sector, I don't really need to reiterate that to the audience in this room. This sector, even in India, if we have seen the last year on year, there is estimated to be a 33% year on year growth in digital payments. And you can understand the way so many users have gone online for the first time, and a lot of their online transactions, online experiences are very tightly linked to payments and online payments and the kind of threats that we've had. We've always thought about, as a CISO who's running the cyber risk for the, who's managing the cyber risk for the enterprise, or a technology company servicing its customers in the security domain through their product or services offering. Probably we've been focused at best at the company level or at a sector level, and we've always left it to the regulators and the nodal institutions at the government level to deal with this cyber risk at a country level. But what is increasingly we are seeing is attention to cyber risk for critical information infrastructure sectors, particularly BFSI and other oil and gas sectors, coming from regulators, central governments, multilateral organizations. The kind of attention organizations like IMF or even World Economic Forum have been giving attention to cyber risk being one of the biggest risks at a global level is really gaining a lot of attention to this discipline. If you are, most of us in this conference, those from the financial services industry, while we are all familiar with the regulators in India and organizations like CERT, I'm sure the friends and colleagues from the financial services industry are familiar with the Financial Stability Board. It's a global entity or an organization which, if I'm not wrong, was created in 2009 under the initiative of G20. So this is the board which has regulators from all the G20 countries. India is a member of that, which actually deliberates and discusses on risk mitigation at a global level on financial stability. And when you look at it, I think from India, Deputy Governor, RBI, the SEBI, somebody senior from SEBI, Secretary Economic Affairs, they're all members of this Financial Stability Board. It is important to note that the Financial Stability Board has said that if there is a big ticket cyber incident anywhere in the world impacting the financial services systems, and if that incident is not contained well within a very short time frame, while we think whenever there is an incident or there is a breach, it may be affecting the financial and it has financial and reputation risks for the company or for the country or the sector at best. The Financial Stability Board says that if there is a big cyber incident and it is not managed and the risk is not contained immediately, it's actually going to impact the global financial system stability and the trust in the financial systems networks and platforms which the users place on. That's why there is increased attention of regulators to the cyber risk and also the overall data protection. Increasingly, why is this risk getting exacerbated for the sector in India is because the way we are getting digitized. I think the brick and mortar systems of engaging with consumers with paper based forms is now done and dusted. All our banks or insurance companies are engaging with consumers, and capital market companies are engaging with consumers online. Brick and mortar is probably a few spots where they create that for customer engagement from more from a sales perspective, not but from a customer transactions perspective. It's all happening online. And while the entire security technology services industry and the CISOs of the BFSI sector have always dealt with either inside, risk mitigations from an insider threats or hacktivists or, the cyber criminals. Now we are increasingly waking up to the risks of nation states and state sponsored groups. That's a fact reality, targeted with motivations of either geopolitical or ideological. They're also targeted at probably just a larger scale disruption rather than financial gain, but also impacting the stability of at a country level or a regional level, and espionage being another one. So this combination of insider threats, cyber criminals, and state sponsored groups is something that at a country level and at an industry level we need to take cognizance of and increasingly step up the way we give attention to cyber risk and its mitigation. And when we look at the way innovation is happening, the biggest challenge is every time there is a breach and there is, breach of personal data or confidential data or financial data, the erosion of trust in the consumers who are treating us as fiduciaries, or we are treating us as guardians of their, personal sensitive data and their very critical or important financial information. That erosion of trust is even more difficult to bridge, because I think all of them are reposing trust in the technology companies, in the BFSI companies, that they trust us and they repose that faith in us. And every time there is an incident, more than the reputation and the financial risk, which probably is a little short term and can be managed by companies with deep pockets, the erosion of consumer trust is something that is very difficult to bridge. And this is where I think we as an industry, both the tech and the BFSI industry and the CISO and the services community, needs to step up on. And increasingly, we are seeing, when we come to the regulators, not just the cybersecurity, but there is increased attention to data protection and privacy. And it's not just the legislation part or the regulation part, but there is attention to data protection and privacy, because in the digital world, how do you engage with consumers and give them that trust that our technology systems and the platforms and services that I am enabling online as an enterprise are trustworthy, for as critical as the financial services systems, which are the economy rail, which are really the rails of the economy of any country. So that is getting a lot of attention. And here we see, when we look at the entire data protection privacy, the I would say increasingly the focus is not just on complying to some regulation or a law. How do you revisit your entire enterprise IT assets, your cloud migration strategy, or your cloud workloads? What are you doing on the end user side, the way you're engaging with your consumers on social media platforms or on mobile applications? Some of the BFSI brands have started already leveraging Web 3.0 or metaverse, may not be for core financial transactions, but they started leveraging them for their brand presence and creating new consumer experiences, particularly with millennial audiences. In-game, engagements, where through online games, how do you engage with the millennials? In all of this, it's extremely important that we revisit our entire enterprise IT assets, deployment architectures, and the security architectures, or not just from a security perspective and breach mitigation perspective, but it's also important we review all of that security architecture and enterprise deployment architecture from a privacy standpoint. I think this is something that is increasingly needs to get the attention of the CISO and the chief privacy officer and the CIO. How do we assess, where often we assess our applications for the security, we assess our networks, we assess our data centers, but are we assessing all of them and your entire application portfolio and your application modernization? Is it getting attention from a privacy and a data protection standpoint and your data classification standpoint? That is something that I would humbly request all the officers from the financial services sector, which are tasked with either from a security or a privacy standpoint. That's one thing that is important. When we look at this, increasingly, when you're looking at your application modernization or migration or retirement, how are we revisiting them on how they are architected from a consent management perspective? How are they architected from a perspective of minimization of data? Because all said and done in BFSI, the business depends on data, and to be able to provide personalized and value added services to the consumers, it is a fact that data needs to be shared within the sector. Data needs to be shared with third party ecosystem providers, who are together coming together to be the ecosystem of financial services provisioning on the digital platforms for an end user. Very rarely now an end user is engaging with one financial services institution, right? You may be banking with one, but there are any consumer is engaging with a set of players who are offering that personalized services on the digital stack. Here, when we look at, while sharing is extremely important, it's always been a holy grail on how do you manage personal data, how do you share that data for offering personalized services and balancing it with the data protection and the privacy requirements. I do agree it's not an easy problem to solve, but definitely that needs attention, that while the financial services industry will continue to move to integrate with third party systems based on platforms, including whether it is UPI or any other stack that you can look at with fintechs. How do you balance it with privacy, and how do you revisit this entire data flow and transactions with privacy being center stage in terms of whether it's in consent management? How do you anonymize or pseudonymize data? What is the attention that you're giving to encryption so that there is safe transactions on the wire when people are leveraging it either on the internet platforms or on Wi-Fi, on whatever, on the networks on which they're working on? That's another thing that is important. And when we look at the new risks that financial services industry, we are familiar with ransomware, we are familiar with extremely targeted phishing attacks on and DDoS attacks. And when you look at phishing, given the millions of users who are coming online to transact for their financial transactions, probably for the first time in the last 1 to 2 years time frame, I can't not put more attention on the collective responsibility of the tech and the BFSI industry to build that kind of awareness, both from a security and privacy standpoint. We owe it to our 1 billion plus users on our financial systems that we are putting continuous awareness. We are putting those continuous attention to awareness drives, because I think the weakest link could always be, while you have secured everything, you have bolted everything on your enterprise networks, we also need to take that accountability and responsibility for the users continuously stepping up the user awareness on the new league of attacks, the kind of phishing campaigns that happen either on email or on SMS. How do we keep our users aware? And it's not a one time effort, it needs to be a continuous effort that we need to give attention to. Similarly, when we look at in the financial systems world, it's not just a country's financial system, it's a global financial systems. So I would say that nodal institutions of government of India, regulators of the financial services industry, need to also give attention to international cooperation, working with other banking regulators and organizations like CERT, because I think particularly in this sector or any other critical infrastructure sectors, I don't think just industry members can mitigate the challenges of the cyber risk that we are having. Particularly in the last 1 to 2 years, a lot of attention, or we have been dealing with challenges in the supply chain risk, zero-day vulnerabilities of some very innocuous software products or hardware products that might have got integrated. We've also last year woken up, a few months back, we have woken up to open source software security issues impacting hundreds of IT systems across the world and in India. So while these new risks are coming up, I think there is need for deeper collaboration between the security services products industry and the BFSI industry. But we as industry should also collaborate more with government and urge them to put this international collaboration framework in place so that we can mitigate these risks. I would like to particularly compliment all the CISOs of the BFSI sector who, in the last 2 years, apart from the pandemic, apart from all the lockdown, waves of lockdowns and working from home, getting their own workforce ready for this kind of a pandemic, operating in this pandemic environment. But the way they've partnered with the security services industry, several startups to secure their network. And I would like to continue to request their support and engagement with DSCI and the entire startup ecosystem, so that we can really become an hub. We are now scripting the story for digital payments across the world, thanks to the UPI stack and all that has happened. I think we have an opportunity when we partner between the security industry, technology industry, and BFSI. I think we can script the new growth story of India becoming a hub, not just for security industry, but riding on the digital payments wave that's happening in India. So thank you for joining us at FinSec. Now, my team have put together a very rich agenda. There are almost 85 speakers who are joining us. I do hope you and your teams will be able to catch some of these sessions and take the learnings away. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rama ma'am, firstly for completing the moment for all of us and also giving the pros and cons on cybersecurity? Well, I'm sure, like me, a lot of people took a lot of pointers. So thank you so much once again for completing the moment. And now, yes, we move on to the next segment, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be having, it gives me great honor and privilege to actually welcome the next dignitary who's going to be joining us virtually. Well, it's a pre-recorded message from a gentleman here. Well, we have the honor of having with us Lieutenant General Rajesh Pant, the National Cybersecurity Coordinator of India, Government of India, for our inaugural ceremony. Well, just to give you all a quick introduction of our honorable guest, Dr. Pant is National Cybersecurity Coordinator in the National Security Council of India at the Prime Minister's office. He is responsible for coordinating all cybersecurity activities across multiple sectors. The gentleman holds a PhD in Information Security Metrics. Well, previously, he was the head of the Army Cyber Training Establishment for 3 years. He served in the Army Signal Corps for 41 years and was honored 3 times by the President of India for distinguished service of the highest order. Well, it gives me great honor and privilege to welcome Dr. Rajesh Pant virtually, ladies and gentlemen, to deliver the inaugural address for all of us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Navyata, and thanks to DSCI for having me here. Very good morning to all attendees of the DSCI FinSec Conclave 2022. I think this conclave is being held under very challenging times. In fact, one of the most challenging in human history, where the world is in the midst of a number of events, a major war in Eastern Europe, a looming technological divide between the West and the East, and an intense churning in global cyberspace. In fact, we thought that the COVID pandemic provided the perfect storm for cybercrime, but the present scenario is seeming to continue with that storm and continuing to facilitate cybercrime. And this is why I am highlighting this aspect, because the entire FinSec sector and the financial sector and the tech fins and the fintechs depend upon cyberspace for their functioning. So it is very important to understand this aspect, that the lack of international laws, the lack of cooperation among states has further exacerbated this situation. What is the result? The result is, at the national level, we find a 500% increase in cybercrime. In fact, just yesterday, you would have seen one of the airline companies, SpiceJet, also coming under a ransomware attack. Last month, on the 12th of April, we had a ransomware attack on our second largest public sector oil company, Oil India Limited, at Duliajan in Assam, where their entire Windows environment was encrypted by this threat actor. And he had asked for some 380 bitcoins, which amounts to about 120 crores. And the message that was sent was that if you do not pay this ransom amount in 3 days, then the amount will be doubled. Fortunately, Oil India Limited has a very good CISO and a very good response team, and they, of course, did not pay anything, and they managed to convert their entire services into a Unix and a Linux-based sort of a system, so that they could continue their business operations. And there are a lot of lessons to be learned from such attacks, which I'm sure the financial community will take into account as and when you go back to your organizations. As far as the financial frauds and the financial cybercrimes are concerned, let me also share with you that in our portal, cybercrime.gov.in, we get about 2,500 complaints a day. These are mostly the type of complaints relating to people losing money through all the frauds that you keep hearing every day, asking for KYC, making you click on a particular link, and whether it is wishing or phishing or smishing, the attack vectors keep varying. But a large number of people are losing their hard-earned money, and the banks and the financial sector needs to take this aspect very, very seriously. Last year, the official figures of incidents being reported to CERT is a figure of around 14 lakhs, and that is why the number has jumped in the last couple of years because of the aspects that I mentioned. So, what is the future going to be like? In my view, as and when the 5G services are launched from 15th August this year onwards, the attack surface will grow exponentially. And the reason for that is that in 5G, the IoT devices will be connected as also the industrial IoT. So presently, let's say there are 700 million internet users in India and 1.2 billion smartphones. This figure will become at least 5 times because of the IoT and the industrial IoT. So the threat surface will increase exponentially, the vulnerabilities will increase exponentially, and the job of cybersecurity workforce will become more and more important and more difficult, possibly, at least in the initial years, till the time we learn to also address the OT issue, the operational technology issues. While IT is being discussed day in and day out, but the aspects of SCADA, PLC, etc., are not as much discussed, and there's a lot of work to be done on that side. What is the government doing? Well, what we've done recently is that out of all the critical sectors that we have, transportation, finance, etc., we thought that there were two sectors which are super critical, which is the telecom sector and the power sector. Because if telecom sector gets hit by an attack, then all the other services get affected because there's no information flow. And similarly, if power sector gets affected, then because of lack of power, all the other services are affected. So while the others are equally important, but the two critical, as I said, the super critical ones we address first. For the telecom sector, the government in December 2020 issued the National Security Directive on Telecom Sector, through which we have implemented it from June last year, that any product which is going to be connected to the telecom network of India has to be a trusted product from a trusted source. And what is a trusted source? There is a process behind it. We are going into the ultimate beneficiaries of that particular company, etc. And for the trusted product, we are going down to the level of active programmable semiconductors. So we are seeing again the companies from from where they are coming from. So trusted products and trusted source, the scheme has been in place since June last year, as I said, and there has not been any disruption in telecom services, which all of you have experienced. And it has been a lot of hard work for our office, but it has been implemented in the manner that the government wanted it to be done. For the power sector, in the power sector, there are different verticals. There is the power generation, the power transmission, the distribution, and the grid operations. And in each of these sectors now, we've established security operation centers. We've trained their CISOs. The regulator, which is the Central Electricity Authority, has issued guidelines for all these sectors. And the cyber security and the incident response of this entire sector has been revamped. And this is where we are also handling the IT and the OT aspects. In addition, we have also formulated, which I've been saying for quite some time, a national cybersecurity strategy, which is at the final stages of its approval, which is going to address the entire ecosystem of the nation, and it is going to explain a whole of a nation approach as to how the individuals, the business, the government, the academia, all have to contribute towards ensuring that our national cyberspace remains safe, secure, and resilient. So that is also in the offing. Then recently, some of you may be aware that on 28th of April, CERT has issued a directive which is still under discussion. It basically caters for 6 aspects which all enterprises now have to do. First is the time synchronization, that with the NPL and the NIC clocks, the servers have to be synchronized. The second aspect is that any cyber incident has to be reported within 6 hours of its occurrence. And there is a list of in the annexure as to what constitutes a cyber incident. In fact, a FAQ has also been issued by CERT to clarify. Then establishment of a point of contact for every organization. Then the mandatory logs for 180 days. This is very important, because in our incident response somewhere we found that the logs were either not kept or just kept for 1 month, etc. And you cannot find the initial point of entry and cannot trace as to how the malware has progressed in its lateral spread and escalation of privileges, etc. Then there is a section on the VPS and VPN providers as to how they will also maintain records for a period of 5 years. And finally, there are the aspects of KYC, etc. So this is again an important directive. There is a lot of discussion going on as far as this is concerned, but we expect it to be implemented around 28th of June. Capacity building is very important. We conducted the National Cyber Exercise NCX 2022 from 18th of April to 29th of April, and at all levels. This was at a national level, but at all levels, I can assure you, at the states also, at the sectoral level also, the capacity building is taking place. MITI has a program called the Information Security Education and Awareness Program, through which a large number of people are being trained across the nation. At the international level also, some initiatives have been taken. There is a counter ransomware initiative, which is being taken by a group of 32 countries, and there are 5 verticals in that. India is leading the vertical on network security and resilience, and the other verticals include the one on illicit finance, there's one on disruption, there's one on cyber diplomacy, and there's one on the PPP. So internationally, like-minded nations are getting together to ensure that these threat actors like ransomware as a service, etc., do not get away, and we will ensure that they do not get away. Then there are certain initiatives as late as the day before yesterday, on 24th, you would have read about the Quad joint statement that has come out from Tokyo, where our Prime Minister had gone. And there are 2 paragraphs of interest to this community. One is the aspect of cybersecurity. I would request all of you to go through that and see the initiatives being taken. And the other one is on the critical and emerging technologies, where again a lot of cooperation is being done. Finally, in this backdrop of the global and the national cyberspace environment, there is no option for the financial sector but to address the aspects of our people, process, and technologies that we've been saying for the last number of years. There is no option now. And this has to be done in the most serious manner, whether it is education and awareness, whether it is the workforce development, whether it is your conduct of audits, as well as incident response, creation of SOCs, SIEM, SOAR. You want to do it through a managed services routes, you want to have your own products, starting off from the terminal end, the endpoint security through the XDR, EDR, etc., the network security, the cloud security, the enterprise security. There's a range of products are available. So the depending on the enterprise you represent, this will have to be done. My last words are that after the digital transformation, the mantra for survival in the digital world, there are only 2 mantras: personal hygiene and cyber hygiene. These are the only 2 aspects that are most important for survival in today's world. And I want to end on a positive note. Please take care of yourself, and I wish the event all success. Thank you very much for having me here. Jai Hind.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's get started with the sessions. Well, as I promised, we are going to be having 85 plus speakers, as it's going to be a very knowledgeable and insightful session for all of us. And now, without further ado, quickly, let's move on and begin with the first plenary session of the day, which is on India's digital payment revolution, national intervention, architecture, and efforts for scalable and secure payment ecosystem. We have with us an electric line of speakers with us who will be deliberating on the topic. So please help me in welcoming Mr. Srinivasa Rao Mupaneni, Group CIO, Telangana State Cooperative, Dr. Sriram Biruduvalu, CEO, Cyber Security Center of Excellence, Mr. G.T. Venkateshwar Rao, IRS Commissioner, Electronic Service Delivery and Managing Director of Telangana State Technology Service, and Ms. Sujata Mohan, Head BTG Retail, HDFC Bank. But kindly note all the participants for the speakers will be in listen mode only. So please use the questions feature on the right hand side of your window to ask questions throughout the session. And now may I request the speakers to spare some time at the end for a quick Q&A session. So over to the speakers, please. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be having Dr. Sriram who will join us quickly in a minute. But meantime, as I said, for you who are clicking pictures and videos, please do not forget to use the hashtag, which is hashtag FinSec 2022. I am definitely going to be taking all the pictures and mentioning the hashtag. So when I use the hashtag FinSec 2022, I want all of you to write your all the videos and let the world know that we just celebrated this amazing. Over to you,
Sure,
sir.
sure. Thank you very much, Navyata, for that excellent introduction. And I welcome this high powered panel, I should say. Really very happy to have you all here. And we are going to discuss India's digital payment landscape. And the topic of today's session is India's digital payment revolution, national intervention, architecture, and efforts for scalable and secure payment ecosystem. So, first of all, what is India's digital payment landscape? So we have several parts to it: the UPI transactions, the POS terminals, point of sale terminals, the RTGS, the NetC FASTag, then the Bharat Quick Response Codes, BQR codes, and prepaid instruments, prepaid payment instruments, PPIS, and IMPS, which is immediate payment services, and also the card payments which are there. And of late, the big, I should say, the 500-pound gorilla in the room is the UPI, which is NPCI's UPI payment platform. And currently, India's digital payments constitute 40% of the global payments and 40 billion digital transactions in FY21, crossing $1 trillion. So, obviously, needless to say, these facts speak for themselves, and India's digital payments ecosystem has expanded vastly lately. So, the first round, the first question I have for our esteemed speakers and panels, that what have been the key drivers for the accelerated adoption of digital payments? So I would first start with Mr. G.T. Venkateshwar Rao, who has been instrumental in setting up T-Wallet, Telangana's wallet, and also been instrumental for TSTS and e-Seva. So what has been your experience, sir?
Thank you, Dr. Sriram, for and thank you, DSCA, and greetings to all fellow panelists. So, as Dr. Sriram has said, uh, see, my perspective will be more from a state government's perspective, how we can use this, digital payment system. So that my focus would be on that. So, the more and more payments that are coming to the state governments, let's say, for example, all kinds of state taxes, the stamp duty, sales tax, state excise, mines payments, etc. In the last few years, the increasingly government has been focusing on enabling these through more and more digital means, and that's has been much more, in the last few years compared to the, let's say, maybe earlier, and the earlier, it was all through one financial institution payments, etc. But now state government is encouraging to, route it through more and more financial institutions, and increasingly the state government payments are, the latest digital instruments like wallets, UPI, POS payments, etc. are also being accepted, which is a very welcome step. Of course, the coverage and the quantum needs to be increased, and I'm sure this would really take off now. And I think, see, all this is driven by one fundamental change in the perception of governments, I think, across the country, both center and the state. See, earlier, I think, the convenience of the citizen for payment perhaps was not center, that was not at the center of the government. Like, for example, government says, this is the amount that a citizen or a business needs to pay, and therefore, we are not really bothered how he pays. They would have a, system where there is some challan, and you have to go to a specific bank, specific branch, and pay. So the convenience of the citizen perhaps was not, there. But the big differentiator that in the last, let's say, few years is that now the government feels that the citizen convenient and enabling the citizen to make payments anytime, anywhere, and 24 by 7 by 365. I think this is perhaps the single most important reason why the digital payments, particularly related to government transactions, has increased significantly. So, for example, earlier, simple, suppose if there was a, let's say, some state excise duty, or let's say some state transport department payment, you could only pay in one particular bank, which works only, during office hours through a paper challan. Whereas now it's moved online, it's through a payment gateway. So therefore, it's a 24 by 7 by 365. So the real, and I think, all of us, if I think some of you might have been paying income tax, perhaps, but if you see how the income tax payment was there, let us say 15 years ago and today, you will see it's a complete change. Earlier, you could have never paid any payment on a Saturday or a Sunday, but today it's 24 by 7 by 365. So I think the, the perception and change in the perception of the government, that the convenience of the citizen to make the payment should be at the center of all payments, is perhaps what has brought a significant, change in the government enabling additional payment systems and changing its systems to suit the, I think, the payments systems. So I think, let me close with this, and I think allow others to speak. Thank you.
Oh, yes, thank you very much for bringing in these perspectives, Venkateshwar Rao garu. So now I would like to hand over to Sujata Mohan, who's the head of BTG Retail HDFC Bank. I would like to hear from you.
Yeah, good morning, my fellow panelists and the audience. It's a pleasure to be here. When you look back at what has been happening in the industry when it comes to payments, there are, I would say, many drivers that have changed the way the digital payments has ballooned in India. As I see it, I think I would, bundle all of them into three factors. One is we have a very vibrant and innovative startup and a fintech ecosystem. So, which and if you go back to this 2015 time frame, that's the time at which this entire innovation landscape using uh, wallets and then QR code and then UPI, all of that started in a big way. Now, what has also helped is a very, very definitive government push for a digital economy. And when we say government push, it encompasses many different things, right? One is the fact that as early as 2016-17, there was a push for enough amount of bank accounts to be opened so that we definitively push down the cash economy. Not that cash economy has come down very much, but overall payment numbers have ballooned in a very big way. The other piece is that there are a lot of uh, push that the government has taken by saying, okay, all the benefits that will come will directly come to a bank account. Customers will have to use that to withdraw payments. Aadhaar enabled payments was brought in. Onboarding of customers into the banking channel has been, amazingly improved because of the existence of Aadhaar as a KYC proposition and so on. So this is a second piece, the fact that the ecosystem is getting robustly built on the back of the fact that we need to bring a digital economy in. And last but not the least, I think COVID kind of pushed all of us hurtling into digital payments, because suddenly, human to human contact reduced. Everything had to be done online. Offices went online. You had to purchase anything, it went online. Even the smallest player had to start accepting online payments. So I think some of these have driven the big change, right? And as Dr. Srinivas said, UPI has been the cornerstone of this entire growth. Because if you ask me, the smallest amount of payments, and we did an analysis recently, and we figured out that almost about 30 to 40% of our UPI transactions is for very, very small amounts of 20 rupees, 30 rupees, and so on and so forth. On the back of which, recently NPCI launched UPI Lite, because suddenly it became important to find a way to manage those large volumes so that it doesn't keep hitting the core banking systems and so on. That's the kind of growth we are seeing, and that's the kind of tech changes we are seeing. The other piece is that we are, as we study the kind of distribution of payments, we are seeing that the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, on the have started adopting a very high amount of digital transactions. I mean, if you look at RBI records, it kind of indicates that almost 45% of growth in tier 2 and about 54% growth in tier 3 cities in terms of payments using digital modes. And I feel that this comes from the fact that this whole GPay construct has become ubiquitous, right? GPay kar do, it's become like a how do you call that? It's become like a verb. Nobody thinks of it like a product. It is as simple as that, GPay kar do, and small, big transactions are going in that direction. The other big thrust which I see is the fact that suddenly you have these big techs who are seeing a value in this large revenue pool that exists. So they are coming and investing. So you see GPay, Amazon Pay. The only other Indian big tech that is really playing a big role is Phone Pay. They pretty much captured the entire retail payment segment, right? If you go and see, you go to phone pay, you can do credit card payments, you can do bill payments, you can do person to person transfer, you can purchase goods. There are a lot of tie-ups they have done. So suddenly the whole mind space of a customer from a payment perspective is getting captured by these kind of apps. So I mean, I would say that it is a multi enabled structure. The fact that NPCI has been growing the platform strategy big time, and the adoptions from fintechs and big techs and banks has kind of pushed, and consumer interest in enabling themselves to use less cash is also increasing. So I would say these are the things that's really driving the Indian payment ecosystem, as I can see it. I'll park here from my perspective.
Sure. Thank you very much, Sujata. Really, you outlined in a nutshell all the key points which are there, which namely the fintech part and all the Jandan, Aadhaar, Seva, all these ecosystem that has been built, plus the push that has come for the digital payments through the needs, whether it be pandemic or be it the distances also, which have made the need so much acute that people need to switch to that. Okay. So I'd like to hear from Srinivas Rao Mupanini about this and what has been his experience, because he's handling a cluster of rural and cooperative banks all across the state. Hello, sir. You can start. Yeah. You're on mute, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Sriram, for giving this opportunity among the stalwarts who are here. In fact, our digital payment ecosystem in the country is revolving around the consumer. And what kind of consumers we have, what kind of users we have here, that depends on that. And again, the merchants who are accepting the transactions and the banks who are acquiring these transactions and the banks which are issuing the cards and also the accounts. So here, linking all these, there are networks like Visa, Mastercard, or NPCI, and again, RBI is coming out with competitors for NPCI also. So they have already started identifying some of the other competitors who can work parallelly along with NPCI. So government and regulators are coming out with various options, pushing the customers one side and also the service providers who are providing these services. See, for example, when we are coming with the NPCI has a plethora of services which they have started with NFS, then IMPS, UPI, QR basic payments. And for reduction of the physical transactions, they have introduced these CTS, NACH, ACH. Again, it came out with AEPS, which is I can say AEPS, which has become the most popular among all the other payment channels, particularly in the rural areas where the government is pushing the DBT. DBT, through DBT, the payments nowadays, what has become is because of the cyber frauds and cyber threats. The biometric identification has become prevalent across the rural areas. So this is one of the big thrust, and as Madam rightly told, COVID also has given a lot of thrust to the increase of the digital transactions in our country. So when coming to this from consumer side, consumer actually is doing all kinds of transactions through most of the digital channels. When you see in 2015, we have around 125 million, 1250 million phone users, people in the country. Among them, around 100 crore people have the mobile phones. Now, when come to 2020, 1200 million, it means 120 crore people have the mobile phones, and 65 crore people have the internet connectivity, either through smartphone or directly internet. So there, people are increasingly using these digital channels, and more particularly the Gen Z. Gen Z has become almost 100% mobile users, and they have started. They burn in this digital technology, and they doesn't want to go to the banking institutions for the transactions, and even for opening of the accounts. Now, digital onboarding of the customer, digital lending. So these kind of ecosystem has been developed by various agencies, particularly as Madam I rightly mentioned, the fintechs have helped a lot in building this complete ecosystem and increasing the digital. This is from I'll pause here for the paucity of the time. Thank you, Mr. Sri.
Yes, yes. Actually, thanks for again bringing out all of these points which highlight how important digital payments have become and the push that the government is making. So I would move on to the other thing about innovation and experimentation in this realm, because banks and financial services organizations have been rapidly progressing on the path where they are offering extensively all their offerings around digital payments, and fintech has become a major force. There are so many companies, and they're being adopted by large companies, small companies, startups, and also by the GCCs as well as the Indian organizations. In fact, so I would like to know more about this, hear more about this from you, because you have everything ranging from what the government has done, the RBI's regulatory sandbox to help in this regard, to their push in various fronts from the regulatory front also. So, for example, the union budget schemes to boost digital payments, to the PIDF, Payments Infrastructure Development Scheme, subsidized costs for the undeserved areas, to digital apply campaigns, to the digital payment security controls direction proposed by RBI, to the digital Jagrati campaign on awareness and all this. They are doing their bit to push. But how is this innovation faring? And how are we, that is, that what's the industry's future outlook for innovation and experimentation in this realm? I would again start with Mr. G.T. Venkateshwar Rao. You're on mute, sir.
Thank you. So I think let me focus on one. I would say very innovation what Telangana government has done, and generally Telangana state is known for its trying new things in governance, improving governance, both citizen convenience point of view as well as improving the processes within the government. So, in I think 2016, 17, we were thinking that, can we have our own wallet, particularly bi-directional concept? Because, though there are lots of private wallet which are doing very well, government may not be very, say, may not be able to transfer monies directly into those wallets. So we have built what is called a T wallet. It's I think as of now the only state-owned wallet which is operated. We are doing it since 2017. The whole idea of the T wallet is that it's a bidirectional transfer in the sense, particularly where some government has to make some payments to the citizens. Of course, DBT is one route, by the direct bank transfer is one route, but there are some limitations have been found in those things. For example, if the bank account is not active for 3 4 months, then there is an issue. And then in case of DBT, sometimes the linked account becomes little bit inactive. So, and then we also found that one or two cases where there is a specific that the payment has to be used for a specific cause or reason. For example, scholarships. The government wants to give scholarship, but after the scholarship, a portion is to be paid as fee and a portion is to be for the students. Now, earlier, whole thing was going to the college, and the colleges were not giving properly, and bank accounts somehow the students were so there were these challenges. So therefore, we had come out and with a bidirectional transfer. So where the government is able to send to the wallet. Of course, the convenience of the wallet, we have added one more dimension, which is again a very unique. As of now, the wallet system in the entire country is closed loop. What they call is you can either make a payment or transfer to a bank, but you cannot withdraw the amount from a wallet. This is not available in any of the wallets. So one of the requirements, when we were designing was that the student, if you are giving what is belongs to him only in the wallet, and again, if you expect them to transfer to a bank account, the whole purpose is not really solved. So we have approached RBI, and RBI was gracious enough. And T wallet is the first wallet in the country where the amount can be withdrawn, through biometric authentication across our 4,500 MISEVA centers. So what it effectively means is that now the wallet, a T wallet can be used either to make a payment or to transfer to the bank or even to withdraw the cash. So to this extent, I think it's very unique and first of its kind. Though we are, of course, government things move little slowly, but that we are able to do this, and RBI has accepted this and allowed this is a big step. And just to give a brief snapshot of in terms of like annually we are doing about let's say around total transactions value worth about 5,000 crores. In the last, say, 2017 till date, we have handled about more than 20,000 crores to the platform. So, this is one very unique thing how governments are able to experiment, innovate, and with support of agencies like RBI is able to roll out those kind of instruments which are not available anywhere and which provides more convenience for the users, and also some ease and specifically directed payments to the government organizations. So I think that's something very unique what we have done. And then, of course, in more and more government payment systems, we have encouraged the all the latest digital payments, including UPI. So many of the government payments of Telangana are now increasingly more and more are being added to accept all the payments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Really thrilling to know that, and more power to these schemes. So they'll go a long way in reducing the digital divide, so that the common man also feels part of the whole digital revolution. So over now to Sujata. So we'd like your take on this.
Yeah, so see, innovation is happening in multiple different areas, right? Like I would say that more and more form factors are getting added, and when we're talking about form factors, so a very good example, right? Like a wallet, which is a store value for money, right? It is being used to satisfy a whole lot of value-added services for a government customer, so to say, right? Similarly, if you go a little see what we are seeing in the payment industry is that a lot of the value chains are getting integrated now. Giving an example, now the latest big thing happening in the industry is BNPL, okay, buy now pay later. Buy now pay later is like on the click, allowing a customer to be able to buy something and take a loan instantaneously and make a payment through a loan. Now this has kind of completely turned the structure of the purchase experience itself on its head, right? Similarly, tap and pay. Tap and pay is a beautiful product. Today, you have a secure environment. Up to 5,000 rupees, you can just tap and pay. There is a lot of customer learning that needs to be done for some of these innovations to also seep in into the market. So, one of the aspects that I used to talk before also is that there is a whole lot of products that we have introduced in the industry. Look at FastTag. Today, many of us are just able to zoom in through a toll gate without having to think. Okay, because the FastTag implementation has been done in such a nice manner now, and there are some riffraffs. Okay, and I think the place where further innovation needs to happen is what happens for a customer service when a FastTag doesn't work. I mean, I recently had an experience where the driver had loaded the FastTag. The loading process in a bank was a little slower, so his when he reached the toll gate, the money was not loaded in his wallet because he's done it. So there are innovations required so that banks are able to, as soon a person loads, do the recon, automatic recon, get the wallets loaded, so that your experience at the end, at the edge, is extremely improved. But if you really ask me, is the industry having all kinds of products that is required for an easy consumer life? It is there, and that is the reason there is a prediction, right, that we are going to become a 7,092 trillion economy for payments for financial year 2025. And that speed we are seeing in every aspect. You look at the growth of any type of payment. If you just look at the statistics, including AEPS, we closed AEPS at 225 million transactions on March 2022. You look at UPI, it is a stellar performance. And what does this all mean? There is innovation happening. The innovation is on the edge, and when the innovation is on the edge, people are able to utilize it and move ahead. And some of the apps that are getting created are so user friendly that people are able to consume it and move ahead as well. That said, We are also seeing a lot of wearable related payments. I think is the next area of growth. The other area of growth which we are seeing is and which I think will be the next big boom is the international payments using the UPI rails, right? That is something that NPCI is pushing really hard. And I feel that that's one thing that is waiting to take off. So there is a lot of this money payments that used to happen using um, the cash channel, right? So you would have the account to cash model of payments coming from Gulf. You had the Gulf stream, you had the US India stream, and so on and so forth. Much of that is expected to be taken revolutionized by the international payments using UPI. So I see that as the next big thing. Apart from the fact that BNPL is taken off, tap and go is a great experience where instead of a card, a wearable will start possibly making a wearables have not done very well in the last 2 3 years, but maybe there is work that can be done to make it a exciting feature. So what I'm saying is that there is multiple form factors, multiple payment rails, and each of them are vying with each other, and thereby giving a lot more options and customer experience, as I see it. Yeah.
Thank you very much, really, Sujata. We are looking forward to more and more innovations in this space as technology also keeps pace. Of course, there will be technologies which will be constantly becoming like NFCs, blockchain, behavioral
Correct.
biometrics, and of
Correct.
course CBDC as we see it's around the corner, and also cryptos. Probably they'll make their way some sometime or the other. And
True.
in this manner, we are hoping that the system will become very rich with innovations and can help everybody. Okay. So we'd like to hear from Srinivas Rao Paneni. Hello. Yeah. We can't hear you, sir.
Yeah, there are so many innovations happening in this space, and also government is also giving a lot of push in this area. The example for this is that because of the innovations, the ease of digital payments has been increased. Like anything, the fintechs who are more into the space of innovation, they have achieved the success. See, for example, you take in the entire UPI payments, digital payments, whatever happening, the phone pay stood first when compared to all other uh, government banks or private banks who are very strong in these areas also. Phone Pay, Google Pay, Paytm, and the fourth place it has come. The Beam has come in the fourth place. So the innovations definitely is leading the digital payment system in the country today, not only here across the globe. So there, the government is also giving a lot of push, as you might already mentioned, PADF, and for the rural areas, NABARD has come out with a lot of financial support and also support for innovations in these areas. See, as far as our banks are concerned, we are planning to deploy handheld devices for the digital payments across 12,600 revenue villages in the state of Telangana. In fact, I wish to meet Dr. Venkateswara Garu to integrate the government payments also through our ecosystem. Already NABARD has sanctioned the required financial grant also for us, and we are moving ahead in that area. So, in addition to that, innovations are really driving that. When compared to 2015 to 2020, 21, you see the share of the Indian digital payments when compared to the world digital payments is gradually increasing. And as you rightly mentioned, UPI has become the largest volume of transactions across the globe also today. It has already crossed all the European countries or US or most advanced Singapore and all the people also. But one area where we are still railing behind is that our population is so high when compared to us. The Singapore and South Korea, those are the countries where per person per annum around 800 to 900 transactions are happening, cashless transactions. Whereas in India, it is only 18 transactions per head is happening. So this is one area where we have a lot of scope in development and innovation. So I'll pause here because of the paucity of time. In the next one, I will continue. Thank you.
Sure, very excited to really hear about all of these, and certainly these pack a punch the numbers, and also there's much need that needs to be done. As you had mentioned, GT Venkatesh Rao Garu, that there's this 5,000 crores of transactions, and he's done 20,000 crores of transactions. And of course, Srinivas had mentioned, Mr. Srinivas had mentioned that a lot of integrations are required, and we want to get to that stage where 800 transactions can all happen rather than the current 80 transactions which are there. So there's much that needs to be done, which brings me to my next topic, which is around security. Safety, scalability, and security are the three key tenets of a robust digital payments ecosystem. If we could do a critical self analysis when it comes to making progress on these three fronts, what would be your key set of recommendations for ensuring safe and secured adoption of digital payments throughout its life cycle, given the context as Lieutenant General Rajesh Pant had just mentioned, saying that the increase in cybercrime is about 500%. So we certainly don't want the whole digital story to wobble and topple, where people lose faith because they are losing money heavily, and the cybercrime police stations are filled with cybercrimes wherein they are unable to trace down. And with the accelerating technologies where we are going to go on adding AI, ML, and everything, it becomes harder and harder to track crimes because of the jurisdictions someone from another country may attack also, and the technologies that are increasing automation and digitalization and adding AI. So, with these, I would again like to turn to Mr. GT Venkateshwar Rao on how we are measuring up, or how do we stack up on these three key tenets: safety, scalability, and security.
uh, I think as far as the safety and security is concerned, I think all either in the government or in the, the corporate sector, uh, obviously it has to be investments have to be made in setting up the systems. So, for example, again, at the cost of repetition, let me say Telangana is one of those states, where all applications are hosted in state data center, and then we have a dedicated TSOC, what we call Security Operations Center, with fairly latest SIEM tools. I think there are only 3 or 4 states in the country which have implemented this. So not only for the payment, but the fundamental objective is that all government applications must be safe and secure as far as possible, because obviously this is a continuous, evolving area, and I think the other side is always a step ahead. But still, we need to work, and therefore, I think all everybody who is working in this area, there is enough scope to try and uh, you know. Uh, do more in the area of safety and security. As Dr. Sriram has said, I think now the new concept of using AI and ML, also how to integrate into cyber security, etc., is being, I think lots of companies are coming up. And then as I think one more observation: convenience. It's not convenient, but I would say state will be looking, particularly from government point of view. We would be looking at the payment systems, whether can it be done faster. For example, today they call T+2, whether it can it be done on maybe the same day or T+1, that kind of thing. I think if the those payment aggregators can innovate and come out, I am sure with the competition somebody will definitely come and launch, we will do on T+1, and perhaps somebody will come and say we'll do on the same day. So, and then as far as the safety is concerned, perhaps one more layer of authentication could be there, particularly based on the value of the transaction. Some kind of, let's say, something like using facial recognition, also to ensure that whether the same person is doing the transaction. Maybe something on the lines of video KYC, which RBI has now approved for opening of the accounts. Obviously, you need not do that for all transactions, but maybe above some value. In addition to the existing whatever checks, I think some kind of facial recognition might help. So I think these are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we hope to see more in this direction. And I'm very happy to see the progress that is being made and that governments are adopting these across the board. I know of many things wherein there is one initiative, especially wherein for the collection of pension, we are able to see, which is their Jivan Praman, like those things have been also been implemented in the state of Telangana. So I'd like to move on to Sujata Mohan and hear her views.
Sure. So, look, recently the parliament announced, you know, a number was given. This is slightly dated. It's about 2.9 lakh digital banking related cybersecurity issues are what they were saying. It was announced in the parliament, and this has been actually growing, especially with the higher adoption of uh, digital payments. This cybersecurity related issues are growing, and it is multifarious. It is sometimes phishing, it is sometimes ransomware attacks, sometimes it is a DDoS attack, sometimes it is website hacking. It's a whole lot of issues that we as people who run a large platforms have to worry about. So broadly, if I think about how security needs to be controlled, there are three layers. I feel one is the device security itself, in the sense that is the device itself controlled and managed well? Has there been a jailbreak on that device? How do I make sure that some app is not actually reading what your transactions are happening, and so on and so forth? This is basically about how do you control and ensure that you have a consumer who is not going to get see, a lot of onus has come on the banks to protect their customers from getting into any kind of technology enabled fraudulent transactions. So even as banks, we are constantly innovating and thinking about all this. So when we look at this, we actually break it up into three parts. One is the device security, and then we get into application security. Can I have runtime application security protection models available? Can I ensure that somebody is not on the runtime able to figure out if there is uh, uh, any breakage or hacking happening, so that you are able to control what's going on? Can I ensure that somebody has not enabled a screen mirroring application, by virtue of which the password and all of that is getting shared? So this is one another layer of security. And the last layer of security then tends to be the transaction security, where you start looking at AIML kind of modeling, where you say that, okay, I see this customer, his profile is this is the amount of transactions he can do from this geolocation at this velocity. If it is changing, then quickly halt, call, find out what the transaction is about, and then allow the transaction to happen. Or you see a card usage which is looking out of sync with the normal patterns. So a lot of AIML goes into security management, and there are innumerable as the systems learn, it is becoming more and more possible for us to control the kind of transactions that can hit the bank by virtue of some of the cybersecurity threat. The fact of the matter is, it is a constant catch up game, right? But as we improve our skill sets, the hackers improve their skill sets, and hence it's a extremely vibrant and extremely how do you call that, it's a process that never stops. You have to constantly be on the vigil. There are newer and newer ways of actually defrauding, and the last thing which we really believe will actually bring a lot of value is actually educating customers. There are many customers today I see who willingly part with their pin, part with their OTP, part with their passwords, not realizing that this is actually going to take away their entire life savings, in a way. So I think we can put all the features as it may, but I think the biggest thing that we want to focus on, and we believe we need to focus on, is actually customer education. The number of frauds we see where the customer has willingly landed up getting himself into this situation is also reasonably high. So I think these are the constructs. Apart from the fact that I think as we go along, biometric will play a very large role, because when you are talking security, it is always about what you have and what you know, which controls the two factor typically, and then the step up authentication to ensure that somebody does not violate the principles of the game, right? And in that, I think biometric will play a very, very big role. All of this is happening as we speak. And fact of the matter is, under the aegis of DPSC, which is a security control guideline, RBI has actually pretty much given a very clean guideline of what banks need to do to protect consumers. So it is a very, very important phase of building a robust payment economy, I think, and most banks are working actively to protect their consumers. That's what it is.
Thank you very much, Sujata. Since we are out of time, I'd really like to go to Mr. Srinivas Mupaneni and hear his comments very briefly, since we are over the time already. Yeah. Uh, I can't hear you.
He's on mute.
Hello, sir. We can't hear you.
Yeah, I can. So I wish to take every few minutes of time, and it's only we have to take from the security from the three areas. One is the regulator, another is the service provider. It means banks or any other agency which is providing service to the customers, and the other is the consumer or the customer. So here the customer education is one, and another thing is the banks or the service providers who are providing the services. Starting from the board of management to the lowest tier of the people, they should be aware of the what is cyber security and what kind of preventive measures that we need to take. RBI has already initiated a lot of measures to educate the customers on the cyber security, and also has given a lot of guidelines to the organizations to how to maintain the cyber security. So here major problem is, as Madam rightly mentioned, it is uh, the banks and also the service providers should have the robust security system in their place. And as part of that, in Telangana State Cooperative Bank, we have established a cybersecurity operations center first time in the country in the cooperative sector to handle the complete cybersecurity operations, the monitoring, and also the mechanism. So likewise, across the country, rural cooperative banks are coming out with the cybersecurity operations center to monitor these activities. And again, the customer education is also continuously we are providing that, and also to the board of management, government of India, and NABARD and setting NCBICC, all these organizations have started educating the board of managements also, because the responsibility of cybersecurity now lies on the board of management. So in this, organizations have to see that they have to stick to the basics first on the security, like updating the antivirus and anti-malwares, and avoiding the public Wi-Fi networks, turning off the devices when not in use. Most of the time, the cyber crimes, cyber threats are happening during the off hours. So these areas, as mentioned by Madam, the passwords and biometrics, these are the areas where we can improve upon, and we can improve the cybersecurity measures.
Thank you very much, sir.
With this,
Really, we are out of time
I'll
now.
take a pause.
Really
Thank you.
must wrap up. It was a very good discussion. A lot of takeaways for the audience. Thank you all for this session.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our esteemed speakers who enriched our knowledge towards India's digital payment revolution. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next keynote address for the day, please help me in welcoming Mr. Javed Alam, Vice President, Cybersecurity, Paytm, to deliver the first keynote session of FinSec 2022. Over to you, Alam.
Thank you, Navita, and hi everybody. This is Javed. I head the cybersecurity for Paytm. Uh, so with 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 ever evolving tech change in the technology, I think we all understand and we all have come across some other type of cybersecurity issues. So I'm going to take a few minutes and talk about what are the challenges that we face in Paytm and in the fintech industry across India, and how do we practice and what kind of practice do we have in our Paytm for the cybersecurity. right? So let me share my screen quickly. Right. Okay. Awesome. So, right. So this is what we're going to talk quickly. So, what are the topics that I'm going to cover is what kind of Paytm cybersecurity challenges that we come across, what kind of, how do we handle it, what kind of approach do we have? It's important to have a layered security approach around it, an overview of how do we secure Paytm and the practice that we have. So, Paytm being one of the largest payment service platform of the nation with the biggest mobile app adoption in its category, we encounter similar pace of challenges for the cybersecurity from cybersecurity perspective as well. Be it DDoS attack on our endpoints, on our application, on our publicly exposed assets, unauthorized attempts for unauthorized accesses, manipulation of codes, data exfiltration attempts, risk with third party. We have a business model where we do B2B and we have B2C as well, right? And when we have our customers whom we interact with on our platform, we have some of the suppliers as well. So securing their data, integration with their data is also quite critical for us. And more than that is that how do we secure the entire transaction because the liability is on us, right? So we need to be very curious, very sensitive about how are we dealing with our partners so that our customers are safe. And then unintended misconfiguration, that could happen to any organization, but our agenda and our focus is on how can we reduce the risk and how can we reduce any such pilferage within the system which is unintended and unexpected. Fake application, customer care mobile number, social media posts which are fakes is in now world in today's world is on peak, to be honest. And this is one of the key challenge that we are facing. It's not just Paytm. I believe this is an industry problem that we are facing. A lot of people who are getting misled because of the fake applications and the fake customer care mobile number. A lot of frauds that are happening around, and how do we handle it? Across our environment, and obviously, last but not least, phishing, malware, like ransomware attack and stuff like that, and which could happen to anybody. And as we grow, as the dynamics of the industry changes, with the threats, on cybersecurity world also keeps changing, right? So here's a layered approach that we fundamentally follow in the Paytm landscape. We have our application security is what our crown jewels are, bread and butter, that we call that's our application, and securing it is one of the core thing. Which is we are predominantly on cloud, so cloud security and infra security, and obviously the endpoint security from where everything begins. And overarching is our GRC and data privacy practice that we follow. What kind of security do we have around it is by and large in our endpoints we have EDR and XDR system, DLP, which is pretty stringent, which helps in managing our any data exfiltration of sensitive information. And more importantly, now that we all have started working from home, and very few brute force happens in office, we have to manage our system and how it's been used or misused, intentionally or across the landscape, and wherein we have introduced the web proxy and CASB, which is a cloud access security broker. So we know how is our data being secured, what kind of accesses, what kind of portals, what kind of sites have been accessed by our endpoints, because any malware that we talk about, and ransomware, it could be phishing. It could to some extent be managed when people are working from home, but when people work from, sorry, it could be managed when people are working from office, but in current situation where people are working from home, it's get a little difficult, than the traditional way it used to be. So with this we have also introduced web cloud proxy, which really helps us to keep a tab on what's happening on the endpoints on the laptops, and obviously with that we have integrated CASB solution to monitor and manage our application. Who's accessing, how is it accessing, uh, you know. Uh, and obviously a smart algorithmic uh, permutation combination is what we are trying to build to understand the lay of the land, and where is my data residing, and who all has access to my data, right? And how can we control data, how can we add identity to the data, so that we know whom are we sharing the data, and we can give a life to the data. So if we share it with third party, for a business to get the data wiped off or access removed after certain duration of time, can we do really can we do really need to know basis access and stuff like that? Can we control any misuse or access of data from the users, or from uh, the system which is not required, right? And then moving to infra and cloud frame. So infra and cloud is quite critical to our system as well, and because we are cloud-driven organization, and lot of communication that happens between our application and our customers. So the game in here is to be fast, right? And say for example, if somebody is in a fast tag lane for to cross the fast tag toll, and the update doesn't happen fast, then there would be a long queue for that. And now that we have moved to a fast tag, uh, which happens automatically, right? You have fast tag balance in your Paytm, and you go to the fast tag toll, and you just fly by. You don't have to wait for that. Speed is the game, right? But with the speed comes the complexity, and then there comes the the integrity. On that comes the security, and then security gets brewed up with as the complexity of the entire system increases. And that's how there is a potential for multiple attacks to it. So though we are trying to keep up with the pace of the speed with our CDN, which is widespread, but there comes the potential of DDoS attack as well on our endpoints. So we have we have a capability of web application firewall built in with very stringent rules and threshold, which with which we are trying to limit the DDoS attack and stuff like that. Uh, and then obviously moving from traditional VPN to zero trust is what we are trying to achieve, because as you go with VPN, if somebody needs access, we definitely land up giving much more than what is needed. So if a user is needed to access to one particular application or system, we probably land up giving the access to entire subnet, probably much more than what is required for the business. So with zero trust, we have improved that, and we are moving towards restraining access to only that is required for the business transaction, right? So obviously web filtering and other CSPM are part and parcel of it. So with CSPM is one very critical thing that I would like to talk, because this is how we protect our cloud infrastructure, cloud security posture management. Um, because in cloud there are a lot of things which are, if which you do not configure, unless until you do not configure explicitly, and it is left to default configuration, it would lead to a situation where you are exposed to public, where you are not too secure, and you don't want to be in a situation which can happen. So we monitor all our cloud agents, cloud hosts, and cloud accounts very closely, 24 by 7, to keep an eye on the configurations, of our auto scaling infrastructure that goes up and down every minute. Uh, and then the changes that keeps happening to keep up the pace of the speed of our application usage and stuff like that, right? Now, the last point that I would like to touch, is the, 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 edges of application. So we are the early adopters in this, and I'm quite proud of the situation that we can call that we have moved. We have shifted security to left. We have introduced uh, our code review process to with our uh, secure testing phase. So nothing happens in the later stage of the development, right? Everything happens before and while we are doing the development staging on pre-board, right? And we are reviewing the code from the quality perspective, and which is automated with our pipeline, that goes to the production. And it's quite stringent that we have stringent policies that we have implemented, wherein code would really be blocked should there be any high severity or critical severity issues that we come across, right? And we could see the value of doing this, value of doing this, because the bug bounty program that we run, we have really seen the decline on issues in past around 8-9 months since we have successfully implemented across the stack. The count and those are very low. So yeah, with that, obviously vulnerability assessment and then continuous penetration testing, internal, external, becomes part and parcel of securing your landscape. But then, by and large, I mean, this practice really helps us to keep up the pace. Uh, because things like log4j and spring for shell would keep coming up, right? And this is not going to go away anywhere. And as we become smart on protecting our assets, the hackers would get smarter as well. So everybody is updating and upgrading, right? So things like stringent policy on our vulnerability management. It's about explaining and understanding the risk that we are living with, and how do we make our stakeholders aware of what risk we are living with, and how do we reduce it. Obviously we can't do zero. How do we reduce it, and how do we reduce it to the level where everybody understands, the leadership, the board understands what kind of risk are we living with, and how can we continue to reduce it and live it with a level where everybody are aware of and accept it, right? So with that, so this kind of broad, overview of what we practice. We have a SOC, we have AppSec, practice, we have cloud security practice, and obviously data privacy and GRC practice, which is kind of governing all of these practices in terms of process and understanding the process, identifying the gaps, understanding the technologies, identifying the gaps, and then implementing it. And with this, we also have built a team who really does the revamp of architecture within all the verticals, understanding what's going on, how have we developed it, how have we built it, is it a fundamental architectural problem, the API call happening within the system, the microservice call that's happening within the system, is it required so many micro calls, can that be reduced, can that be squeezed, everybody maintaining their database in isolation, could that be squeezed, and could that be optimized so that there's less microservice call. It would not just reduce the complexity of the entire architecture, but it would reduce the risk, the security risk, because the lesser the codes, the lesser the infrastructure, the lesser the risk, the lesser the flaws, right? So that is very critical, I think, to any environment, and it's very important lots of application services and microservices that's running, and having cross communication between the services, right? With this, I would like to conclude my session and say if I'm open for any questions, if at all, and I'm happy to take up the questions, if team has. Thus, the bug bounty program helps in reducing overall enterprises. Indeed, it does. It does, because though there's a lot of false positive, but it really helps us to give a visibility. See, the more eye you give on security, it would give you visibility on how do you look from external perspective. So from within the system, we might practice everything, right? But unless until we do not have an external visibility, so there are a lot of kids outside who does lot of things that are out of the box. So it really helps us to reduce the risk that we are unaware of, the unknown part, right? The new security vulnerabilities and the threats that comes up in the market, and some kid sitting somewhere is trying to exploit that. System might not be on that pace. So working on running a bug bounty program really helps. Frequency should be based on criticality. Agree. What are we are passionate group of highly skilled next gen cybersecurity service and customer tailor solution for you. Hi, Javed. How talking about outside view of your attack surface? Hi, Sandeep. This is very interesting one. Outside view for attack surface. So we are working on BAS, breach and attack simulation program, this is very interesting. That how are you secured? Because kind of the way we Paytm has grown is exponential, and it's very difficult to keep a tap of it. Some guy, some developer sitting at home, is if they spin up some infrastructure, and if they do not adhere to security protocols, we would not even get to know. And that this could happen to any organization, no matter how much control you put, right? So like bug bounty program, we would identify the unknown area, and breach and attack simulation, where we pick up a segment, pick up a vertical, business vertical, and try to run all type of attacks from external perspective to understand how secured are we from external attack perspective. Say, be it our payment gateway, be it our fastag recharge, movie, Paytm money, whatever platform we have, we would pick up a segment and try to do a real-time attack situation to understand, be it our application security team, be it our vulnerability management, how strong our practice is really, right? How can we withhold this situation, and do we really have a resilience built within our system to stand this situation? So right, Jay. So zero trust is something we have been struggling, with VPN solution, and to be honest, it was not an amazing solution. Anybody who needs access, to our system to get into, they would get access to entire subnet, which is something. And even though if we do filter it, and if we add more policies and make it specific to a IP address, again, there's a lot of workaround that could happen to on VPN, where people can get access on our system from other from other as well, apart from where the VPN agent is configured. There's a lot of tweak that can happen, right? We all know that. So I believe zero trust was one of the amazing, and smooth transition. With which you do not really have to, every time you have to connect to office network by working from home, you do not really have to double click, open the agent, VPN agent, put username, password. So with zero trust, you open your laptop, you're working from home, you open your laptop, and you're connected to the office network. You as good as you're connected to the LAN network, and your AD would get synced. Your agents, your local agents, whatever you have, your for Mac, if you have JAMF, if you have AirWatch, whatever the agents would get synced as good as you are on the office network, and that really helps to run any situation, any meeting flawlessly. Often earlier we have come across situation where people would be in a meeting and they say, hey, you know what, my VPN is not working, allow me some time. And this happens when we are running on P1, P0 issues, and the guy who's troubleshooting says, I am having issues with VPN. So we really wanted to kill that, right? And we have knocked it down. So now nobody says that, hey, my VPN is not working, let me allow me some minute. They open the laptop and they are connected to network. So right. So DevSecOps, right? We have some tools that we have included included in our DevSecOps lifecycle to moving security, shifting security to the left, and we do our code review, which is SAST, we call it in our language. uh, before we make the production live, before we make our code live, and we have integrated our pipeline with Jenkins. That really helped us to knock down all the low hanging issues, all the issues of top OAuth issues, fundamental issues, basic misconfiguration issues, hard coded credential, which is just hygiene, right? But it doesn't happen really in any environment. I mean, it's really hard to get that inculcated in development. And with this, we have added, we have had most of our development community, development team as a security champion. So now they come up with thoughts and ideas on how do we improvise it.
Alan, I just
So,
wanted to quickly interrupt you because we're already running late. So you can quickly take like last 10 seconds maybe and, close off your question, please. Yes.
all right. So last question, I believe, was from Vikram. So we manage our SOC. We have commercial as well as open source threat intel feed that we have on our SOC. That really helps us to manage the landscape. That's the briefest answer that I could give. All right, that's it from my side. I'm happy to be connected and to answer any questions if anybody's.
Thank you. Thank
Thanks
you so
everybody.
much, Alan, for
Thanks, Shubha.
actually enriching our knowledge towards this. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us virtually and giving us a lot of insights about this. Thank you. And now we move on to the next keynote session, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be having Mr. Abbas Kudrati, the Director and Chief Cyber Security Advisor from Microsoft, who's going to be taking over the next session for all of us. So yes, over to you, Mr. Abbas. Yes.
Just 1 second. I'm struggling to share the screen. Yep, screen number 2. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today. My name is Abbas Kudrati, and I'm Microsoft APAC Chief Cybersecurity Advisor, based here in Melbourne, Australia. Just checking if the slides are going well. If they are. All well. So, next 15 minutes or so, what I wanted to talk something differently. I mean, this time we have been talking about zero trust and threat and whatnot, but we are seeing a lot of uptake on the new technologies and the new conversion, how computings are working. So I thought, let me talk about what is metaverse, and how it is going to change our whole landscape on how we do the computing as well as how we operate today in the banking environment, right? We have seen the 4 wave of computing, all the way starting from mainframe to personal computers to smartphone, and today what we have is something called mixed reality. And what is this mixed reality? Actually, the mixed reality is nothing but we talk about merging of two worlds. One world being a security or physical world, where we have all the physical things what we see and what we can touch and feel it. And second one is nothing but our digital world. So digital world is where we converge these two areas. So when we refer to the mixed reality world, we are referring to the two blending of the two worlds, physical and digital. And the mixed reality which comes along with that is a user which can interact in more three-dimension objects, while even making them feel like they're in the physical world. So you may have seen lots of movies in which they are showing about like a digital twin, as they call it. So this mixed reality has now bring up a new set of how we operate today. We call it the metaverse. Now, metaverse is not a new word. Actually, it was coined all the way back in 1992 in a sci-fi movie called Snow Crash. If you have seen it, if not, then we can try looking for it, and you will be able to know what metaverse is all about. But metaverse has a separate focus, right? So each industry players are now focusing metaverse in a different way. For example, companies are leveraging their digital capabilities the way they operate in terms of a different domain. For example, Microsoft today is focusing on enterprise level, where we call it an industrial area, where we want to work in a mesh focus, where we want to bring consumer, enterprise, and industrial work together. So it can be helped in many other industry, including the banking, including the manufacturing, the healthcare, and whatnot. And today, how we do that? We have a number of ways to interact it. Like we have the AI, VR headset, and many other. So this technology is really going forward. And if you have seen Satya Nadella's keynote most recently, he said that going forward, every business and process is going to collaborate using the power of data and AI, which is going to bridge digital and physical world, which can be noticed if you know. Just a couple of days back, Microsoft announced the Microsoft Build. We had shown some demonstration in terms of how metaverse can hit the factory floor, which can be seen in some examples where the internal repairing the actual machineries as if the machine is in front of them, and all the VR and 3D modeling can be seen. A couple of factories, for example, big car manufacturing, are already utilizing these kind of scenarios. So this digital intelligence, what we see, it has almost come to the real world, as if we see and how we collaborate into the three-dimension content, and how we are moving our own world to get more.
Mr. Abbas, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but there is a little disturbance from your voice. Can you please unmute and mute yourself again, like mute and unmute yourself again?
Sure, let me try that.
There is still a little disturbance in your mic.
I don't have a microphone. I'm using the camera one.
Yes, we can hear you
Is
now.
there an echo? What is it?
Yes, I can hear you
Is it okay?
perfectly now.
Okay.
Yes. Please continue. Yeah.
All right. So yeah, do let me know if you feel again. Then I can wear the headset if required. Right. And you have seen some of the examples, like in Tamil Nadu, we have seen a couple getting married completely on and throwing the reception completely digital on a metaverse technology landscape. People are now buying the virtual land. You can buy a land in the gaming system as well. Organized companies like Gucci, they are selling their digital handbag through metaverse, and we are seeing a lot more adoptions coming to the play. But what does all these things mean to an FSI player? On the time check. Sorry, I lost my slides. Yeah. So what does all this means for an FSI or a banking sector? Well, you can imagine the metaverse potentially has almost 8 trillion to 13 trillion opportunity. The next generation of the internet, we believe, which is going to be the metaverse in the next generation, which will combine our physical digital world, as I explained. These devices, which are going to be very agnostic, we are going to access now PC and gaming console and smartphone. This could result in a huge ecosystem of the business opportunity. That's definitely, it means a lot for the banking sector as well, because as the metaverse is now getting developed, we are going to see the lots and lots of spectrums of financial services which are going to be required, especially to support all this activity. Right? We are going to see a metaverse finance called MetaFi. It will likely to be combined with more towards how we do the decentralized finance using the DeFi plus centralized finance, which is C5 as we call it, and the traditional finance, what we call TradFi. Get ready. You will hear a lot of these jargons as we move forward with all the new products and specialties which are going to be created. So those are some examples of how it will be like in terms of a gaming token. If any of you are a gamer, for example.
Mr. Abbas, I'm so sorry to interrupt again. Again, there is a disturbance from the volume. Can you please put on your headphones or earphones or something? It'll be great, because there is a slight disturbance every time you're talking. So maybe if you can connect to your headphones, it'll be great.
Let me know how the voice quality is.
Yes, it's better. Yes.
Is it better?
Yes.
Okay.
It's perfect.
That's
Yes.
good. Okay. Sorry for that. I should have used this much before. So for the banking sectors in the financial industry, we are going to see a variety of payment methods. Like, for example, if you are a Minecraft or a Roblox player, you you can use the decentralized mechanism of buying the money or centralized platform, which can be used within the same platform. You cannot use the Minecraft money with Roblox or the LinkedIn today, right? Same with cryptocurrency, because metaverse is going to be relying a lot on the Bitcoin and Ethereum and Polygon type of things. And we're going to see lots of usage in terms of virtual land and NFTs and gaming. But of course, it also has some of the limitations. For example, energy usage. The proof of work, how are you going to verify it? And the biggest concern is for the anti-money laundering part of it. Third example is of a stable coin. We're going to see use cases of international payment and settlement, which can be done in a minutes and seconds rather than waiting for the hours and days, right? Of course, it will also have the limitation. Anti-money laundering is one of the biggest challenge will be faced under the stable coin, but also the collateralization and the requirement also will be there. The next one is mostly on the central bank digital currency. Now we are going to see lots of sand dollars and e-naira as examples also for the domestic payment and the public health affairs, which are going to be the main use cases for central bank digital currency. But it will have a more problem in terms of domestic use only. It, and that could be one of the challenge. International transaction could be a bit of a challenge in that area. And the fiat money, or what we call it current today, right? Example, USD and all those things. Now, of course, there the challenge could be the loan tokenizations, the account based and the micro payment. Those could be some of the challenge when we start using it.
Mr. Abbas, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but we can hear the disturbance again. So I request you to kindly refresh the platform and again join us back so that we can hear you clear, because from the time again we can hear a lot of disturbance. So please refresh the platform and please join us.
Okay, let me try that.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be having Mr. Abbas join with us in few minutes from now. Well, I'm hoping that all of you guys are having an amazing time because I cannot see anybody who's switched on the camera. So let's all have a virtual nice meet so that I can see all of you and yes, I want all of you to quickly mention and use the hashtag for today. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, while we're going to be having Mr. Abbas join with us in few minutes from now, well, I'm hoping that all of you guys are having an amazing time because we're going to be having lots and lots of other speakers for more insightful, knowledgeable sessions. So stay glued to your seats. And yes, we are going to be having Mr. Abbas who is going to be joining us again now. Cheers. And yes, I want all of you guys to quickly switch on your cameras because I cannot see anybody who switched on the cameras. So let's all have a virtual nice meet. So let's have all of you guys switch on your cameras so that I can see all of you. And yes, I'm going to say this once again. Please do not forget to use the hashtag, which is FinSec 2022. So for all the pictures, all the videos, all of you guys take, I want all of you to quickly mention and use the hashtag for today. Thank you.
All right, I'm back on the stage and let's
Yes.
see. Okay, thank you. And yeah, sorry, sometimes too many windows
A
open,
lot of internets,
multitasking,
yes.
multitasking.
No worries, sir.
So, so continuing on my topic, right? So the various payment method we saw in the previous slide. That's just to continue the examples I was talking about. The in-game token limitation, only you can use it within the game platform. Cryptocurrency, biggest challenge is going to be the anonymity and anti-money laundering. Stable coin, again, anti-money laundering is a concern. Central bank digital currency, very domestic approach. We can't do it further. And the fiat money, which we discussed about in terms of, it is very account based in a micro payment base as well. But is metaverse dangerous, right? So there are three things we need to focus on when we talk about the metaverse as a challenge what we're going to face, right? First thing is monitor. Do we have a policy or regulatory or a compliance requirement in terms of how much monitoring is required? A lot of monitoring is required, but who is going to monitor the monitor people, right? Because the amount of data which is going to be collected, they can personify the entire person or the industry, or the even examples of Korea, how they completely digitize the entire country, So if such blueprints can be found by hacker, I mean, it can be disastrous situation when it happens to it, because every new technology we talk about, of course, there are lots of advantage and the benefits, but it always comes with its own threat and risk which we need to be aware of. Second point is about manipulation. What if the attackers or the adversaries can manipulate your whole persona? We have seen lots of deep fakes scenarios today on the videos and YouTube and many places. We have seen even some examples of Obama and how they have converted his deep fake voices to announce that. Even Russia, Ukraine things, we have seen it. Same thing can happen with your own personality as well. Today we are talking about a problem with digital identity being compromised. The data could be manipulated and recreated in a fashion that it could represent you rather than not actual you, right? Third could be the monetization. We have seen how social media companies and many other organizations who collect a lot of data, how they can monetize it before. So this could be the further enhancement in terms of, can can you manage and control that your data which has been collected can be sold, especially in the metaverse situation when the data is in a huge quantity and a lot of personal information is being shared, right? So that's something to even watch out in the future. And to move forward, I mean, we have seen how technology has evolved, as I was showing in the first slide, as going towards now, right? We are going to see the similar kind of a threat today. For example, we have seen in the standalone the data corruption, but today instead of corruption, what we are worried about in the future in terms of metaverse and AI and data IoT and all, data manipulation is going to be your number one risk from point of view, right? If you think from the risk point of view rather than threat point of view. So data manipulation and data theft are some of the things which you need to watch out. What can be done in terms of regulatory? Yes, there is a work to be done. I mean, as a central organization, there's a central bank, as a reserve bank, or whichever regulatory body are required. For example, in Australia, we have APRA standards. Many other reserve banks are there who are in charge of creating that kind of regulatory and compliance framework surrounding that. So we need to think about again three things here: free versus commercial, right? If it is freely available for you, that means they have all freedom, as we say, right? If it is free, then you are the product. So there is a benefit of having a commercial use of metaware, because that's where you are able to control things what it is, and you can demand things what they are monitoring on that platform as well. So that's one area to think about from the regulatory point of view, how much limitation or how much limit can be enforced on the tracking in the free versus commercial one. Second one is a decentralized version, right? So what can you do in terms of a decentralized platform? Today, the whole metaverse is probably funded from the NFT, which is a non-fungible tokens, right? It has gained a lot of attention, and perhaps it has attracted a lot of criminals fraternity as well. So there will be a chance, and there will be a lot of opportunities of money laundering, which will become much more easier in case of metaverse, right? So that's something to again watch out and think about how we can regulate that kind of a thing. And interactive manipulation, if I talk about in a previous slide, how data can be manipulated, and which can be against your own or disadvantage side as well. So this is, if regulatory bodies and compliance framework has to be built upon, these are the three things we need to really focus on, so that even in case of a banking industry where money is involved and all the various forms of new digital currency we are going to witness, it can be managed and tracked. With that, yeah, that is what I had to, at a high level, I wanted to share it, because this is such a new topic and such a huge topic. We can go on hours to discuss about that, but happy to take one or two questions if you have. Otherwise, definitely you can reach out to me on my LinkedIn, or visit this link aka.ms, where I have lots of other presentation and my contact detail, which can be or you can reach out to me for the further conversation on this topic. What are the panelists' thoughts on the backend storage used in the metaverse? I'll take one question before I hand over the stage. So, see, backend storage is what? Are you going to store the data on the on-prem or are you to use the cloud? But considering the technology of metaverse where we see today, definitely cloud is going to be used for storing the huge amount of data, because as the new technology advancement, the amount of data we create is going to be humongous. We are talking about zettabytes of data. It's not possible to store everything in your backend in your home garage or in your data center. You have to leverage cloud. When you leverage cloud, then you are sharing the responsibility with your cloud service provider, right? So it depends upon the services what you are using it, the security responsibility is shared, and the data can be managed accordingly. And of course it goes through all the privacy requirement and compliance and regulatory framework of the particular country if it was required. But in case of metaverse, that's something which we need to think about, how the data can be managed and shared or used for the benefit of providing a better service, including the backend storage. Yeah. Thank you very much. If no other question, I would like to hand over to MC. And any other question, please.
Thank you so much, Abbas, for enriching our knowledge towards this and giving us a lot of insights. I'm sure a lot of people have taken a lot of insights. So thank you. Thank you so much once again. And now moving on to the last keynote address for the day, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be having Mr. Aftab Syed, Vice President of BFSI Tenable India. So welcome you to FinSec 2022 and over to you, sir.
Thank you, Navya. Am I audible? Good. Let me just quickly share and then we are good to go. I hope you're able to see my screen, or was it different? Okay, one sec. Yeah. Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And my name is Aftab Syed. My day job is to help empower customer to enable and understand and reduce the cybersecurity risk. That's what I do in Tenable. I manage the banking and financial vertical and global system business for Tenable. As I have tagged it here, I tell stories, kahaniyan sunata hu. I like to hear and tell stories. I believe the toughest message can be delivered via an interesting child story. And that's how we have grown, listening to elders and reacting with happiness, excitement, and sometimes with grief, basis on what story you're listening. Stories have a lot of impact, and the listeners start relating to his life experience, and that's where it starts turning interesting. So we'll start with the story. This picture, I'm sure you know what I'm going to talk. It relates to two stories. One is the tale of six differently abled men with an elephant, right? You recall the childhood one? And everyone touches a different part of the elephant variously and describes the elephant as a spear or a wall, a snake, a tree, a fan, and a rope. Correct description was missing, of course, because everybody was perceiving from his sense and thought process. So it is with cyber securing your organizations also. Describing is ever evolving problem, requires more cooperation among entities around the world to be better understood and effectively fought. Now, the second story along which you are exactly seeing is an elephant tied to a small rope. Now, what happens? They grow up, they're young, they are tied with a small rope, and that's enough for them to hold. As they grow up, they are so conditioned to believe they cannot break away. They believe the rope can still hold them, so they never try to break free. It's in the mind, right? Similarly, where we are used to doing things, processes in a set way, and we like it, we are comfortable with that. In typical IT and in security organizations, since this is the session, example is like scanning the IT assets once in a 6 months or a 3 months. But what happens in between? Nobody is stopping. The hackers are not stopping. But our mind is conditioned that we have done this scan and we are good. Now I know many of you have already broken this rope, which was conditioned to believe it could be. Mindset, some effort, and with good qualified tools, it's possible. That's what is happening now. Taking cue from my first story, where cyber securing your organization describing is an ever evolving problem, we move to the next slide. There is some data we'll put on for our discussion. These are data, of course, I have picked up from these sources, and they are exactly being portrayed as it is. It's all about global spend on cybersecurity, and you can see it's rising from USD 262 billion in 2011 to 347 next year estimate, and estimated to grow up to 450 billion in 2025. So as Indian spend also on rise. If you just focus on BFSI alone, it's 508 million, which was in 2019, with an estimate to spend about 810 in 2022. What is happening? One side, we see security spends to be increasing year on year, but we see data breaches statistics are not showing in that favor, which means that security breaches come down eventually, putting more dollars in security systems. But data also tells us that security breaches has increased. By 2021, 86% of the organizations were compromised by at least one security attack. It's not small. And we kept on increasing the spend on security. Unfortunately, investments and return don't match here. More important question is, are we solving the right problem? Remember, our first elephant story describing is ever evolving problem requires more collaborations between entities like customer, OEMs, consultants to solve the right problem. But here the good news is that we are doing this effectively, collectively, on a very fast pace these days. That young elephant is grown up now, and he has taken the courage to break the rope and is enjoying the ride. I must tell you that. How are we solving the problem? There are significantly very clear two type of things in front of you, two ways to handle. It's like a healthy system, right? One takes the route of running, walking, yoga, sports, all sort of preventive measures to be healthy, and the other one is a very reactive, popping pills when attacked by worms or viruses. Which side do we need to be? It's not a rocket science to think about. Good food for thought. But question is, let's see, what are we trying to safeguard? What is ailing, and where are we focusing ourselves? This is the attack surface. It's a modern attack surface. It started with the legacy servers, laptops, remote workforce, infrastructure, moved up to the OT, which is operation technology, towards the OT industrial manufacturing companies, converged OT atmosphere, building management system, energy. You keep hearing about a lot of hacks which is happening overall worldwide. And then we are standing in an atmosphere which is cloud. There is enormous strength moving where it is moving every now and then. 3 months, 6 months, you'll just keep this is moving so fast. The attack surface is moving so fast. Is it possible to someone to really look into and see that, okay, I'm absolutely secured in what we are doing? We really need to think about it. Why? Where are we talking and where are we going? Some more data. Very, very crystal clear. Over, if you see, over 4 to 5 years, the vulnerability data has dramatically increased. In 2022, that it's nearly 3 times over what was there in 2016, and today, as on I would say 2021, the NVD holds a total of roughly around 22,000 vulnerabilities. It's the highest from the previous years again. Now, many vulnerabilities hit, including infamous KSA, the latest Apache Log4j, which took away many people's nights, and there was nightmare around it. This sudden spike made us wonder what to look out for and remediate first. Remember, when this Log4j happened, everybody said, stop everything, look for this, which means there is a need to look the right way. What exactly we want to do? Where do we want to look, and what is that remediation we want to do first? So the principle of look right, predict properly, and act precisely is something that we, of course, practice in ourselves, as well as we try and speak with our customers when we go. Legacy vulnerability management tool, which is of course CVSS score system, prioritizes which vulnerability to remediate first, and the philosophy that they use is more like 7 plus score. Now, 7 plus score has a merit as well as some demerits. Some may opt for even CVS score 9 and above, which is more critical. According to Tenable Research, 2020, 57% of vulnerabilities were assigned as CVSS 3, which is 7 plus and above, and therefore all were considered high. Now imagine if it is 100,000 vulnerabilities, out of which we are talking about 57,000 of them, when it is just 57% of our 100,000 vulnerabilities. It's not small, and it's not easy for anybody to go and do this kind of remediation. While I'm just talking in hundreds and thousands, whereas bigger organizations have in millions. What would you do? It's not hard to see that using CVSS, the workload would quickly spiral out of control. It's not possible. Yet only 5% of the vulnerability disclosed in that 2020 had an exploit available. So what were we doing with 50,000, 57% addressing as high and all putting focus? However, only those 5% which were really exploitable and real threat which was coming out, those are the ones which needed an immediate attention, which means the remaining 95% could have been deprioritized. And since they didn't pose any immediate risk, what we did was we were doing something which was not required at that moment of time. That requires money, that requires resource, time. Who has so much? Now, we are technically talking about a legacy VM method. When I say CVSS score, it's a legacy VM method of identifying vulnerabilities and doing the remediation around it. Legacy VM solutions weren't designed to handle the modern attack surface and growing number of threats that come with them. They completely miss vulnerabilities that are present in the most dynamic assets of the modern attack surface. Now, legacy VM tool lack the level of insights necessary for security team to even communicate their effectiveness within their team, as well as up to the executives and other decision makers. The communication was also lacking. So the bottom line is that legacy VM tools were inefficient, are inefficient at best, which creates a lot of additional work for security and IT team as they struggle to address all the vulnerabilities. It's not easy, and so why? What happened? And of course, the inefficiency didn't happen overnight. Slow and steady, the attack surface increased multifolds with the evolution of technology, business size, and infra choices. Now it has become such large and modern that regardless of company size, they will never have enough resource to remediate every vulnerability across all attack path. No one can do it. Nobody has so much of people who can deploy everybody to do that 57% of vulnerabilities which was identified as 7 plus. It will require a big ship, an intelligent one, a good VM strategy which can not only save resource time but focuses to that 3 to 5% which is most critical vulnerabilities that are being exploited now. The rest others can be deprioritized. A system which can simply automate scan to remediation process, integrate with security ecosystem, finally communicate to the stakeholders of the organization how the health is today. And this all can be done over a cup of coffee looking at a customized dashboard. One should know what's ailing, where is the problem. Do we really need to run another 5 miles tomorrow to maintain a good health? That's what we are talking about these days, which means we are talking about being proactive and not a reactive method. Reactive method is those popping pills, and proactive is run, yoga, health checks. That's what we are talking about. The big shift that and the intelligence which I spoke in my earlier slide, that's we call risk-based vulnerability management. Now, what it does, this employs machine learning. It has capability to assess traditional and modern assets of attack surface. It plots into vulnerability severities, identifies and tags critical assets, and all of these to identify which vulnerability poses the greatest risk. That's very important, and that's how you get those 3 to 5% of vulnerabilities which are being exploited at this moment, without which nobody can even think of moving. The rest others can be deprioritized, and hence becomes a better security posture in the organization. Hence, this is what we say: we see everything, predict what matters, and act to address the risk. Eliminate blind spots. In short, when we are talking about risk based vulnerability management, we eliminate blind spots so we can address the entire attack surface, including the modern assets across cloud containers, web apps, and operational technology environments also. Predict what matters and which vulnerabilities are the most likely ones to be exploited in near future, so you can prioritize your remediation efforts. And then measure, which is security program maturity, to discover areas of process improvement so you can achieve your full risk reduction potential. Now, since the entire session is going late, I do have to skip out of this meeting, but what I'm trying to do is I'm leaving my email ID. Please be kind to write me. If you have any queries, we will be able to address. Uh, the session is running a little late, and I have taken out some more meetings out of it. So I'll definitely have to move out. So organizers, if you can help us move to the next session, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Syed, for giving us such wonderful insights about the session. I'm sure a lot of people have gained a lot of pointers out of your session. So thank you so much once again for joining us. And now, yes, we have come to the end of all the keynote addresses, ladies and gentlemen. So we are going to be beginning our panel sessions, which is going to happen in 3 different stages. So we request all of you to kindly join stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3, respectively. Well, meanwhile, you can also visit our amazing expo booths and have one-to-one live conversation with the representatives of our sponsors, partners, and exhibitors. So yes, I request all of you guys to kindly join in your stages respectively, and I'll see you soon.
Next, we have Mr. Sachin Kulkarni, Senior Vice President, Global Services, FISO.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
Welcome, Mr. Sachin. And in the last, we have Ms. Shinjin Nupur, Director, Channel Partners and Alliance, MasterCard.
Hi, everyone.
So the session would be moderated by Professor Dr. D. Jankiram, and all the attendee. I would request you to kindly share your question over the Q&A and a chat window. Ms. Monica, may I request you to unmute? I think as of now it is muted. Yeah, yeah. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Ishan. Welcome to this interesting panel on last miles offline and contactless payments. A very interesting panel members here. Before I shoot my questions to the panel, I would like to make a few introductory remarks. Certainly, I think the last mile is one of the key challenges that we are facing for many years, not just now, but for many years. Uh, in fact, one of the things that I've noticed in recent times is that the hilly regions, especially the inhospitable regions, and then connecting them, especially the pensioners who live there, and then trying to have payments reaching them, looks like a very very no, deep problem that was flagged to us at IDRBT by regulator and also others connected with the payments ecosystem. In fact, IDRBT has started looking at this problem very deeply in recent times and then tried experimenting with two technologies. One is the low power wide area network called LoRa, and in fact, we have built a system for last mile transactions using the LoRa. And in fact, we had set up an experimental test bed over 5 kilometers so that the end devices can easily talk to the core banking system and can extend the last mile payment system in a completely different way. This was tested by IDRBT, and then we are trying to work with banking system to extend the last mile, especially in places where it's very, very difficult to reach. For example, the hilly regions where the low power wide area network can work much better, because most of the times the payment ecosystem requires only small messages to be transmitted between the devices, not streaming kind of data, high data that will be needed there. The other one which IDRBT is working is on the 5G local area network, rural local area network, and we are actually working with NABARD and others to set up a 5G private network with the vans that NABARD actually has with the banks, and trying to create a different kind of an ecosystem and short circuit and get the best of the technologies to the rural population to start with. In fact, we have an experimental test bed now, 5G private network, that can be used for financial inclusion purpose, for educational purpose, and soon we will be extending that as a last mile branch. For example, the van can go and then you can get the AR VR models to actually create a virtual bank experience for the rural population. And both these technologies we are trying to incubate as last mile labs at IDRBT. So a very interesting lab that we are trying to create, akin to what we will be discussing in this panel today. So from that sense, I'm very excited to be part of this panel and learn from my co-panelists on this important subject on last mile contactless payments. I'll go with one first round of questions to all my panelists, one after the other. I would like to start with Mr. Sachin Kulkarni, and then would like to ask him how basically the security issues are playing a very, very important big role, cyber security issues, with respect to both offline and contactless payments. One is the technology challenge, the other is the cyber security challenge. Both are very, very important, because you just don't want to have a solution, but you also want to have the best security in place when these things are happening. and I see that Sachin has very deep experience on this, and I would like to ask him his views on how both these are going to be matched when we go to the last mile with respect to offline and contactless payments. Mr. Sachin.
Thank you, Professor Janakiram. And once again, it's a pleasure to be on this DSCI FinSec Conclave 2022. Like you, I'm also looking to learn from my fellow panelists here. And security with MFA, including password, device in use, and biometric identification, as you know, is gaining a lot of momentum. As security increases, then the platforms will become more flexible, ease the burden on IT and admin teams. And when I talk about biometric, I'm talking about any combination of fingerprints, facial recognition, iris recognition, heartbeat analysis. They're all surfacing as reliable ways for security, ultimately aiding customers trust, and that will translate into loyalty for brands. But what I would like to sort of say is that my understanding, again, as part of a global fintech, is that the government of India is increasing resilience and security for contactless payments through a pretty comprehensive and progressive approach, working with the whole ecosystem, which is the theme of this conclave, right? Issuer banks, merchants, token service providers, large global fintechs such as us, and we all have a key role to play. If you look at transaction fraud when PIN or OTP were compromised, biometric authentication involving fingerprinting, face scanning, or retina scanning with two-factor authentication integrated with smartphones is the way in which the tech is evolving. And of course, this tech involves embedded programming, where a mobile phone generates public-private key, encryption, application-level intelligence to check the mobile device whether it's intact, and checks for geolocation, etc. So that's one piece of it. The second piece, I think, is as it relates to digital wallets. Digital wallets are expected to account for more than $10 trillion of transaction volume by 2025. This is according to our research as of last year, and I think the Juniper research of this year says 4.4 billion consumers globally will shop with a digital wallet by next year, which is 52% of the overall e-commerce payments across the world. And so I just want to talk for a second about this. I see a couple of things here. Obviously, we're talking about NFC here, which allows devices nearby to communicate, to verify customer and buyer information. But a trend we now see is instant issuing of digital cards rather than plastic. Another trend we see is with digital wallets is that the adoption of private label cards or PLCC was lagging. And I'm sure Nupur, you would probably identify with this, given your background. And, one of the things we as fintechs, have a role to play is form alliances so that PLCCs are accepted by network providers. For enhanced security on chip-based cards, users can now disable contactless transactions, or they can adjust transaction limits, or even issuer banks can limit cumulative number of consecutive transactions, contactless transactions, to limit fraud. And the last thing I want to say on this dimension is that in the US, cardholder liability is really zero, right? And that's a huge reason for card adoption in the US market. In India, cardholder liability is really based on the issuer bank cardholder agreement in terms of the terms and conditions. But RBI is coming up with ways to restrict that liability. And to your point about rural India, Professor, for users that don't have a smartphone, they can push a key sequence on a feature phone and see the last 5 transactions anytime, ensuring a level of safety and a peace of mind. And the third thing I will talk about is, again, in terms of security, is the idea of tokenization. Tokenization is increasingly becoming a cost-effective and secure way to safeguard customer data with card and misuse and fraud. And I think the new RBI norms which came out last December, where merchants can no longer store data of a card on file or COF. I think they were given a 6-month extension, and the law goes into practice on June 30th. What this does is if a card CVV is compromised, then the end consumer is still protected. So the merchants now have to work with issuer banks as token service providers for tokenization, from provisioning to registration to card mapping to creating authenticating tokens to protect the plastic card as you use, let's say, Apple Pay or Google Pay. So the whole ecosystem has to be ready. But when it's ready, I think it's going to become much more secure with some of these progressive norms. So that's my perspective.
Thank you, Sachin. I think you've really brought out the important points of tokenization and also the importance of security in the contactless payments. I think let me move on to Mr. Parivat, and then no, because he seems to have worked very much on the prompt pay fast payment system from Bangkok, which seems to have also been pioneering stuff in the cross-border payments. I would like to know his experience on how he's extending the prompt pay for the cross-border transactions, which is becoming very, very important now, given that we are in a different globalized world. I think suddenly cross-border payments are going to become very, very important. I would like to listen from him his experience on how he is able to extend the prompt pay system to the cross-border transactions.
Well,
Over to you, Parivat.
thank you, Professor, for the question. Well, you mentioned earlier that how you're trying to address the last mile problem in India. In Thailand, we are a smaller country, so geographically we don't have the same issues. But in the sense of financial inclusion, I think we share similar challenges of getting to the people who are unbanked, who don't have credit cards or debit cards, or small merchants who don't have EDC machines. And these people are the ones we had in mind when we established PromptPay back in 2017, when we had this fast payment system set up, and we try to address these little people and ensure that they are able to conduct payments with each other. So use cases would be sending money to others, or paying by using the mobile phone, and getting money or from the government, things like that. And it has been an astounding success. If you look at the numbers, the digital payment transactions per person per year, before PopPay was around 49, and now it has reached around 312. So it has jumped quite a lot. And if you look at other countries for benchmark, like Sweden, the poster child for digitalized countries, like 528. So we are on the way to becoming more and more digitalized, and we are happy about this. And since PromptPay has been a big success, even a game changer in Thailand, we thought that we should team up with other countries in the region who have a similar fast payment system, and connect these payments together, because for cross-border payments, we too realize that there are so many pain points. If you are a migrant worker, you won't go to a bank and send money back to your family, because it costs much more. Like in Thailand, it's like 13% of the total amount that's remitted. It takes about two plus working days. You never know when or sometimes you never know when the money is going to arrive. And what else? You have to provide so much information to the bank or the provider that you're overwhelmed. So what we have tried to do is to simplify the process, and make it user-friendly like PromptPay. The first country that linked up to the remittance is Singapore. So this is the PromptPay Pay Now linkage, where when if I were to send money to someone in Singapore, I would just use the mobile phone number of the recipient, and the money would be there or within seconds. So this is the same experience I have when I send money to someone in Thailand, and the Singaporean guys as well. So this is has been launched like last year, and we have seen increasing number of users from PayPay now, and we have another linkage with other countries for QR payments. So not only remittance, but if I were a tourist and go to another country, I could use my mobile phone as well without paying cash, without using cards. And the merchants would be happy too because they would not need to pay any fees. Similar to an experience domestically. So what we've been doing is branch out to other countries in the region. India is in the pipeline. We are now discussing with RBI and FCI on forging a linkage between Thailand and India because we before the COVID pandemic, we've had like 2 million Indian tourists coming to Thailand, and about each year, and about 100,000 Thai tourists, especially pilgrims, are going to India. So these are the people who benefit from our new linkage. So this is the broad overview of what we've been doing, and I'm very proud to say that it's been very well received by the public and by the international community as well.
Oh, very nice, Parivat. I think, going forward, I think there's a lot of cooperation that is possible across the Asian countries and also between Asian and African countries on the payment systems, especially if you look at UPI, which became one of the most popular platforms in India. There's a possibility of cooperating across multiple nations in actually adopting what India has done in the payment systems. I know. Certainly, thanks for bringing your views from Thailand, Bangkok especially. And now I would like to move to Nupur on her views, especially on the NFC-based contactless payments and then how it is getting adopted. Before I hand over to Nupur, I would also like to share what my daughter was recently saying about the Apple Pay. When she moved in the US, she was saying the experience was so contactless and seamless that she was telling me that she never realized that the phone can do everything, and now she doesn't need even her watch. When she moves around, and even payment just does by just flipping her watch or whatever it is. I think we seems to be getting into a new world, especially with the NFCs, helping us into this contactless payments. And I certainly would like to, listen to the views of Nupur on this. Over to you, Nupur.
Thank you, Professor Janaki Ram. A personal experience always helps, right?
Yes.
I think contactless payments are the future. They are faster, they are safe, cleaner, and they are more efficient. And the increase in contactless payments is a very global phenomenon. In fact, we did a study in April 2020 when COVID, was all around, and 8 out of 10 consumers globally said that they were using contactless payments, and more than 50% of people actually had switched over from their most used card to a card which offered them an NFC enabled payment option. I think India actually has a better advantage over what others are doing globally because we have leapfrogged to smartphones. The experience that your daughter was talking about in India, that is available more frequently in terms of the users. So there's a study by Deloitte, and it says that India will have 1 billion smartphone users by 2026, and a lot of them would be rural areas, where this sale would happen, and they would be internet enabled phones, and it would be a good guess to assume that a large part of them would be NFC. So add to that 5G and device tokenization, and then probably we are looking at a huge base of potential contactless users. The challenge, because this is a panel discussing reaching to the last miles. The challenge with contactless payments acceptance in tier 3 cities and beyond has been because of the absence or a low infrastructure of POS devices which are NFC enabled. But with PCI CPOC standards, which were released in the end of 2019, various tech service providers have actually come up with solutions that allow merchants to download an app on their NFC phone and start collecting payments by just tapping on the phone. This is popularly known as tap on phone. So I think this methodology, this new technology will actually solve for the problem of acceptance, which in those cities was primarily low cost acceptance devices were not available, and servicing of terminals in those areas, like the hilly areas that you mentioned, or the hinterland of the country, which is huge, was a challenge. So with these two technologies and these two solutions coming together, phones on the issuing side and on the acceptance side, I think we are very much ready to reach the last mile also. Government interventions have also helped. COVID has changed the way we were living, right? So before COVID came in, contactless adoption was at 2%. And uh, 2 months back, it was over 50%. And a lot of that accelerated because of COVID. Contactless became the buzzword. Probably it was the second most used word after COVID, because everything was contactless. People promoted contactless. Everyone wanted to do transaction contactless. And that really accelerated the way we operate. And I don't think we are going back, because we have experienced a good thing, and that will remain. So I think we are at a very good point, and it will only grow. Security measures coming in will make people feel more confident about using these transactions. And government regulations would really help. There's a lot of push from digitalization. And with tokenization, I think this is only going to grow, and adoption will only get accelerated. So that's my view on where the current market situation is.
Thank you, Nupur. I think in this panel, though we termed it as last mile, I think we are really going from last mile to long mile. I think from cross-border payments, we are looking at NFCs, and we are looking at, of course, IDRBD's work on, how the low power wide area network can be used to reach the rural population. So in that sense, I think there seems to be quite a broad spectrum relating to payments that is being discussed in this panel. Now, let me go to our last panelist, Monica. In asking the technology question, what do you see is the big technology stuff that we can now see in terms of a big bang inventions in the payment space? I would like you to, being the last, probably you can throw some light on what to expect in this space in the next 10 years. Over to you.
The most difficult question for me, because I have to be clairvoyant at the same time, know that central bank cannot allow us to do many things. But let me take a stab at that. Dr. Janki Raman, before I actually answer the question, I just want to take a step back, and probably because we're talking about last mile, remind everyone that the easiest and the fastest way to make mobile payments, even without a big bang technology such as NFC, has always been using your small smart feature phone, which is why mobile money took off in Africa, and which is why we also see wallets still occupy a very, very big part of our lives, especially in Africa, of course, Latin America, and some parts of Southeast Asia. Not to forget the people who actually need the payments and need the money when they do, and they do not have access to many of the physical branches or even people who are able to offer them money at cash points. So, keeping that in mind, I really don't think that technology is the game changer for last mile delivery of payments. I actually feel it's going to be the change in consumer behavior. Reason being that a person exposed to mobile or contactless payment one time with a great experience is going to have a network effect on the entire ecosystem, including the small community or the larger community they belong to. And a person with a really bad experience is going to ensure that there will be others who will probably not join the system. So, from my perspective, the two or three things that I believe is going to change how we are looking at payments, especially for last mile or even for others, is to be looking at low cost technology. NFC has been expensive, it's become cheaper and cheaper as the decades have gone along. But with small smart feature phones being available at a very low cost point, Question is going to be how can we make it more pervasive, which is going to be enabled by safety and security solutions in the cloud, which has already started happening. But then again, there are regulatory hurdles to make it available to everybody so that the power rests in the hands of the consumer to make the choice, for example, whether they want to use it or they don't want to use it. But I believe that we should be able to democratize it in a way because of low cost, which has happened because of telco. Now, the question is, what can we do on that adoption on the payment aspect? Second, for me, is going to be about being able to, and Sachin has mentioned this earlier about device fingerprinting. We've talked about the cloud. I think AI is also equally important. When you understand user behavior, you understand what they typically do. AI is not just about crunching data and for me to figure out which is the best way to run a merchant promotion. It would be best if I knew that if I know a user behaves a certain way, how can I ensure the safety and security for that user at the highest standard so that they always feel secure making a payment instead of feeling that their money is going to get stolen. And last but not the least, on the same count, I believe that instead of looking at things from a very bi-directional point of view, which is almost like a two by two matrix, what you are and what you have, we should probably start looking at multi-device factor authentication, which is transparent in the background, but users understand the importance for it and therefore become financially literate to be able to enable them to make the right financial decision associated with what they would like to use to make a payment. I don't think we need to mollycoddle users into behaving a certain way. I really feel that consumers are enabled with the choice, especially given the fact that data privacy is coming in. We are going to have laws where consumers have rights. So I think as an industry, we need to follow the same path and enable consumers instead of enabling just businesses to offer payments. Enable consumers that choice.
Yeah, thanks, Monica. I think, yes, you brought the important points of, no, the feature phones, RBI governor, recently released the, system for using feature phones for UPI payments. That's one of the major developments that have happened in this space in recent times. One of the other things in our theme was the offline payments. Which no, probably the panel has not touched yet. What I see is that there's a great space with respect to feature phones. If they can be designed for offline payments, we could be into a different world altogether. But I don't know the kind of issues that are still needed to be solved, because suddenly the security and authentication and authorization issues working in an offline mode are so much different from working on an online mode. But an offline mode payments are certainly something that can revolutionize the rural payment space, because that's something where no connectivity, they can still do the payments in an offline mode. That can open up a whole new dimension to the payment system ecosystem. I would like to hear your views suddenly on from the panel before we close on the offline payment space and what we should be doing in that space. I'll go to Sachin first and then see what are his views on this offline payment ecosystem and where we are and how should we go about developing this. Over to you, Sachin.
Yeah, Professor, I don't think I am qualified to talk about this particular topic. What I will say is that I do see Aadhaar QI code based offline eKYC coming up, which I think really complements the other forms of authentication. And I mean, one point from an ecosystem perspective is, lending, for example, is based on ultimately lenders' confidence in terms of a score that they assign to the person. And that confidence is ultimately linked to how real that identity is. And in India, we now have Aadhaar authenticated by OTP, we have authenticated by fingerprint, authenticated by phone number, and now QR code based offline KYC or eKYC. And these variety of KYCs make it easy for people to access microloans, to the point, Monica, you were making in terms of giving them that choice rather than mollycoddling them, right? And so, but I think the way I look at, if I take your question a little bit broadly, rather than just on offline payments, from an ecosystem perspective, what I really admire is what the government, I think, is doing in terms of the interoperability standards in developing with industries such as India for education, for example, or NDHM for healthcare, or IDEA for agri-tech, or account aggregation for finance industry, where standard data schemas are exposed, and it becomes very easy for any third-party applications to be integrated, consent-based consumption, um, and discover providers of any service real time, again removing latency and friction and democratizing all of these processes in the hands of the consumer. And the last point I'll make and hand it back to you is yet another example is dynamic discovery of APIs, which again opens up ecosystems and creates a level playing field, I think, across multiple industries. For example, Brecken Protocol. If you go to breckenprotocol.io, across multiple domains, ONDC for e-commerce or Ocean for credit lending. So these are things that are going to make the access much wider, rural as well as urban for the end consumer. It's going to make things secure, and it's going to make a level playing field. And sorry, the one last point I will also make is on e-rupee, which is again a prepaid voucher system or direct benefit transfer that's transparent, that's frictionless, and one that completely avoids latency in terms of fund distribution. So I think these are some of the things that I think government of India is doing, which together make the system a lot more democratized, a lot more open, and a lot more frictionless.
Excellent. I think that suddenly some ideas on going forward how to make our payment system more inclusive, bringing in all those sections of the population that we should be taking along in this digital journey. I think one of the key things that we should worry about in India is that as we embarked on this digital India journey, we should make sure that it is inclusive and all the people are included in it, especially the vulnerable segments as well as the senior citizens as well, because it's very important to create an inclusive environment as we move with this digital India initiative, especially in the payments space as well. I would like to ask Parivat and Monica together this question on. See, one of the key things that's coming up now is this alternate data, the data that is accessible from many forms, which is not a formal data, but then it's available, which can be used for both securing and also getting better payment systems in place, because both of you are talking about AI and then cloud in some sense. So I would like to understand what is the models that we can create going forward, which makes things a lot more better in the payment system. For example, perimeter based security systems where we know that a guy generally doesn't move beyond these perimeters. Can we use those kind of data in securing our payment systems as we put them in place? And this is something that I want you to understand from both of you from a technology perspective. First, I'll go to Parivat and then next to Monica. No, Parivat, you should unmute, I think.
Well, this is a question which is a bit out of my bounds because my focus is less on the IT part of payments, but I do get your point, and I do see that there's um, quite a lot of innovations going on to make use of these data. I'd be more pleased to hear what Monica is saying on this.
Sure. Yeah, I think maybe then we can go to Monica and then see if she has any views on this. Monica?
Sure. So, Dr. Janakiraman, this is an important question. I think I'm going to talk from the perspective of cards, and then obviously we'll go into other types of payments. But looking at what a payment provider actually knows about not only the user but also payments, location based, for example, ring fencing of how and what to do as a payment provider can be useful. But I think the bigger thing is that far as the data is concerned, we use the data only when required to be able to do chargebacks, for example, in a card-based transaction, or to be able to settle. We don't actually use this card data or any other form of consumer data along with other parameters that we gather during a payment transaction to actually use it for protecting users and actually preventing fraud. And this is where a lot of the risk management technologies that are currently in operation, and most of the schemes do work with such providers unless they have their own, is actually trying to make sure that this is happening quite in the background, and both financial institutions such as banks, payment providers in between, as well as basically the authorization and the authentication leg of the transaction, is able to get this data to make a better choice, to be able to allow users to go through with the transaction or not. So it's not like the transaction data does not offer the ability, it is about being able to use the data in a way. Now let's take the case of 3D Secure. We've always known about the second factor of authentication, but if banks are now going to use the new EMV code protocol, then they will have more information which they can then use to guide their decision on better whether to actually allow the authorization of the payment to go through. This is just one example. There are other parameters associated with multi-factor authentication that can also help, not just for transaction processing but also to know who the user is. And I think Sachin mentioned about the Aadhaar based system. But I think that is where it becomes even more critical for us to understand how these two can come together. So you have a way which identifies who you are, but then you have a set of parameters that happen within the background as almost invisible processing to make sure that who you say you are is validated to say that this is you. And that I feel is can be managed by both biometric information of the user as well as other data points that are currently captured in all devices, including smartphones. And I think that is where the next layer of innovation is happening, where you are able to almost layer them two together to make sure that transactions happen. And this will also be the case for A2A payments, which we are not talking about right now. But UPI has that with device fingerprinting. So you, for example, if you go offline or if your device changes, you have to authenticate yourself all over again. This becomes a little bit more impractical in the case of feature phones, but then that's where offline payments comes in.
Nupur, one final question to you. As we are getting into this payments journey, one of the critical thing is a customer experience. For example, if there's a failed transaction or double spending, all these will become matters of concern. Especially if you look at now 5.55 billion plus transactions on the UPI, and then if what is the kind of reliability and then security that we are going to guarantee for the end customer, that's going to be very critical going forward, especially with our payment systems. From that perspective, I would like to hear your views. Especially in the NFC system, you will always be worried if I go into the supermarket, will the transaction automatically gets fired even without my knowledge, because my card is near the payment system, and then will the transaction will go through. These kind of issues will come more and more as we move forward. So from that perspective, I would like to hear from you. What is the level of security guarantees that need to be offered going forward, with these contactless payment systems.
So,
Over to you.
yes, Professor. So, see, contactless, especially with NFC, is a new system of payment. I mean, given the fact that we have been using cards for so many years in a particular manner. So, someone who's associated with payments industry, when I first used I did my contactless transaction. As muscle memory would do it, I handed over my card to the person across the counter, and he tapped the card, and I was probably talking to someone. So I, moved my hand forward for pin, and he said it's done. And I don't know whether I was scared more or excited more because this was my first experience. And but then I realized what happened. I was talking about it, but had never really seen it. I was not in MasterCard yet. And then, but I made sure that every time then, thereafter, I probably tapped my card because I realized how good it is. Had I had a bad experience, probably I would have not done it. So, like Monica said, it is very experience based, right? I'll give you another incident. I think all of us who are in payments, we keep looking at cards and POS machines, and probably that's what we do every time we go out. So there's a bookstore near our office, and I go there all the time. And there was a conversation happening with the store manager and between a lady who was trying to buy a book, where the the merchant asked, uh, "Can you not tap?" And she said, "No, I don't, because it's not safe." My husband actually was standing in a shop, and someone came with a POS machine and did a 10,000 transactions. So I knew that, none of that could have happened because 10,000 is not allowed. You can't really go around with a POS machine in a store. But that was the perception that she had. Probably she would have picked up a story, and that made her never tap her card. So it's very personal, and I think a lot of that can improve just by awareness on a customer side and on the merchant side on why contactless makes sense, why it's not as unsafe as it sounds. That because we are used to using pins, specifically in I'm talking about India. And if you are made to pay without a pin, you're worried, right? Money is so close to everyone's heart. But if you keep talking about how safe it is, probably more than a dip transaction, because the cryptogram here is stronger, and you're not giving your card out, you're actually holding a card, and it also stops COVID from spreading. And it is faster for a merchant also. You don't need to hand out change. It's very good for queue busting. So if just by creating awareness, I think we could probably be at another 10%. And we do a lot of that with issuers and acquirers and merchants to make sure that people know why it is good. And it is just a small transaction, and it is only one transaction which is possible every time. And issuers actually have the ability to put a velocity check and allow only so many transactions, right? So it has all the features plus more. So it is actually a good tool. It makes everyone's life easy. But that can only happen if you have had a good experience, for which the infrastructure needs to be in place, so that when you do it for the first time, you get the right experience. And probably you will keep repeating it after that, and tell a good story like you did at the beginning of the conversation about the good experience that your daughter had. So I think it is primarily about that. Security concerns are not really real. A lot of that is just a misunderstanding or misconception. So by taking care of that, we, I think, are at a very good place to move forward in this journey.
Excellent. That's reassuring, to know that the most of these are secure and safe. I think a lot of it you summarized is customer experience. I think the UPI based payment system suddenly has good experience. That's why we see exponential growth in the that payment space. And going forward, I think if you're able to create a similar experience for the customers, 1 billion transactions per day may not be far off, as Dilip from NPCI says, So, but the only thing is we need to scale up our infrastructure, because you don't want failed transactions to make people experience a different kind of a problem when they get into that space. So I think we have a challenge in terms of scaling our infrastructure and keeping up the expectations and experience of the customer very good as we build these payment systems. But suddenly we seems to be leading that space in India right now, and hope we continue to do that, and no, play a leadership role in terms of bringing the best of the technologies into the payment space as we go forward. With that, I think we have completely ran out of time now, as I understand. And I thank all the panelists, for the excellent views they have given, and look forward to meeting you again in some other forum and learning more about how this journey is progressing for all of us. Thank you very much. Yeah, back to you, Isha. Yeah.
Thank you so
So,
much.
first of all, many
Thank you.
thanks a lot, Dr. Janakiram, for coming and chairing and moderating the session. And thanks a lot, each and every panelist. Thanks a lot, Mrs. Monica. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sachin. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sunjan. And thanks a lot, Mr. Parvat, for joining from the Bangkok, Thailand. Thanks a lot, everyone. Looking forward to collaborate with you for the future events as well.
Thank
Likewise.
you.
Pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Thanks.
Bye.
confrontation, it continues to shape the cyber threat environment. And there are ample instances from history where we have seen cyber attacks. They were being in conjunction with an ongoing geopolitical conflict, and we have witnessed to one of such conflicts which has unfolded over the last 3 months as Russia and Ukraine crisis intensified and become a full blown military conflict. But as states or as non-state actors continue to exercise the cyber option, geopolitical conflicts get quite easy to spill over into the cyber domain. And this specific aspect has repercussions which is not just for the governments, but it has its implications beyond the conflict zone, which also extends to the private sector. And we saw that in the case of 2017 NotPetya ransomware, which stands to be a stark reminder of such spillovers. And what I can say in nutshell is that geographical separations do not matter, as our technology supply chains have become so complicatedly, interdependent on each other and so closely knit to each other. And over the history of the use of cyber as a potent tool in the aid of geopolitical goals, it's quite short. I mean, it's hardly 10 or 15 years, so we have seen these things happening. But the consequences of such spillovers for private sector and entities are serious. And realizing such unfolding reality, this session is going to brainstorm on some of the pertinent questions. And today we have a stellar panel. Let me introduce the panel to you. We have Miss Candice. She is a CISO at a European company. We have Major General Manjeet Singh, who's Joint Secretary with the Office of National Cybersecurity Coordinator. We have Mr. Vikas Malhotra, who's Country Manager at LastPass India. And we have Mr. Atul Kabra, who's Chief Architect at Eclectic IQ. And to moderate the session, we have Mr. Vinayak Godse, who's Senior Vice President here at the SCI. I welcome all of you, and now I will pass on the stage to Mr. Vinayak. Over to you, Vinayak.
Yeah, thank you, Munish, for setting context for the session. So, for last 6 months' time, especially in last 3 4 months, the militarization of cyberspace had been in discussion when we talk about the larger geopolitical issue with respect to cyber, and most of those bilateral or multilateral discussion happening in respect of use of cyberspace for those objectives which are probably not discussed in the context of the military. But now militarization of cyberspace is definitely one of the key important thing, and we are seeing that how that is at play in this particular conflict happening between Russia and Ukraine. So we have a good panel here. I think Ms. Candice had been following the subject of cybersecurity and how exactly these kind of a larger, bigger geopolitical issue, and especially the cyber warfare ecosystem is evolving. And Atul Kabra from India had been also following and writing about this subject. Vikas, who had been a technology provider, but these kind of technologies has been increasingly becoming relevant to this context that we are into. And to cover the larger strategic kind of dimensions of this subject from Indian national cybersecurity strategy machinery perspective, we have General Manjit with us to discuss on this topic. So initial one small time we'll spend on scanning this horizon and how things are evolving for last 3 4 months for us, and what has led to this particular scene that we have been seeing at this point of time. Then we'll try to look at the strategically how things are being addressed, and towards the end we'll try to look at how this is impacting the enterprises and how enterprises can now prepare themselves to so these kind of challenges and these dimensions of challenge which is coming to them basically. So I'll start with Kandais. How do you see, because the subject that you have been following and this spillover had been discussed in the cybersecurity discussion as well, but it's also increasingly discussed in the way military doctrines have been now discussed and formed basically. So how do you see from your overall perspective this spillover which is happening? This is a war which is happening, and that is now coming into cyber domain, and that would also going to the global level as well. So how do you see it is evolving and how it is shaping the entire discussion of a cyber health of global cyberspace?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I would like to thank first of all the DSCI for inviting me today on this very interesting panel. And I think the importance of the issue of the the fact that cybersecurity and geopolitics are intertwined are more and more visible at the moment, right? So I would start from, let's say, a general point of view, that is, generally speaking, you cannot decorrelate the private sector from national security issues. That's the first point. The second point I would like to highlight is that geopolitics is clearly shaping the cyber threat landscape, and this is not new. We have multiple examples in the past, and not only for this year. You mentioned the current Russia-Ukraine war, but we have, let's say, plenty of examples that happened already in the past. And I think these 2 points for me, are very important to keep in mind. Let's say that the private sector is almost always linked to national security issues, and geopolitics is shaping the cyber threat landscape. Then I would move on to the second statement I would like to make, is that unfortunately, geopolitics and, let's say, broadly speaking, political risk management, and then more broadly speaking, enterprise risk management has not always been at the core, one of the core issues that the private sectors would have in mind. I mean, apart from specific sectors like, I would say, energy and utilities, for instance, or also the financial and banking sector, who have a tradition in considering geopolitics and political aspects when doing business, right? And also especially because those type of sectors have a global approach. They are globally and widely distributed. The thing is that when you go down to smaller companies, SMEs, or in other sectors, if you really consider, you can see that everything that has to do with, let's say, ERM, what we call ERM, enterprise risk management, and especially political risk management and geopolitics, is not a specific board issue, right? And I think this year, or since the recent past, things start slowly to change. You can no longer assess your cyber risk only at your perimeters. It cannot be micro-focused, and then you have to extend it to your sector, and of course to your ecosystem, your business ecosystem, and then you have to extend it to your nation country, and then to your, let's say, geographic region, and then worldwide. And this is a really, I mean, to me, it changes everything when you keep an eye on it from, let's say, the cyber company security angle. So I would say that there's still room for maneuver for the companies to embrace those geopolitics aspects, but it was not a key, I would say, board issues and top level and CEO issues, apart from specific sectors and apart from specific geographic situations on specific continents and countries due to a very specific political context.
And that's really nice. And you probably talked about quite an important 3-4 elements, basically, which we'll take it for the discussion. But Atul, you follow this subject from India, right? And you've also been writing on this subject. So help us understand how this is happening. Also, what exactly this conflict and how it is coming to the cyber, and what impact it is leading to the society, to individual, but more importantly for the enterprises.
Right.
First of all, Vinayak, thanks, and a very good afternoon to all the other esteemed panel members. It's indeed a pleasure to be here. Vinayak, to put things in perspective, one of the ways we on the defensive side try to study cyber breach scenario, irrespective of what is the attacker motive. And when the nation states are involved, the motives are probably at a certain level. And this is being seen in the type of campaigns that are carried on. This is also seen in the impact of those campaigns. This is also seen in the sophistication of those campaigns. Like your ordinary financial motive attackers may or may not be as sophisticated as somebody sponsored by the nation state. And in a geopolitical scenario, when there are two nation states involved, things obviously become at a different level altogether. And some of those things, in terms of motives, as we have seen in this particular scenario between Russia and Ukraine, is one of the main thing that either of the adversary try to control is the media narrative. There is a lot of fake news. There's a lot of control on the information that can be accessed, and this can downstream into the infrastructure of the media companies. Access to VPNs can be disrupted. Live speeches can be disrupted from one nation to the other, as we had seen when President Zelensky was about to make a speech in Finland, and there was a disruption. So one of the thing is the narrative control that either of the sides wants to do, and the impact that it leads to the associated private sector companies supporting or engaged in that type of narrative control. The second impact that we see is the denial of service on critical infrastructure services, because either of the engaged sides tries to make sure that critical services which have, and cyber space has become an important vehicle for delivering critical services. It's no more just about entertainment or information. And there are real life critical services like utilities and energy and water that are being delivered on the cyber infrastructure. In this, in the state of a geopolitical conflict, this becomes very vulnerable. And either of the side tries to do that, cutting down access to power. And this obviously become an impact to every businesses in that geography, irrespective of the nature of their business. Imagine if in the middle of winters, if which happened in Ukraine, in the middle of the winter, if the entire village's power supply is cut off, that can impact a huge to the local citizenry as well as business. Or if internet is taken off because to prevent access from certain type of information. The third and the most important one that we're also seeing, and I think Candice also mentioned, is the specific business verticals that face a oblique attack. Now, in this particular context, we know that one of the adversary is heavy on energy. They control the global energy supply chain, and therefore we've seen a rise in attacks in alternate energy companies, so that their supply, their control on the energy dominance is not disturbed. These things are the motives, and then because they're backed by significantly powerful nation states, they have access to sufficient sophistication, sufficient tools to be able to carry out. But a much bigger spillover, which will continue even when the conflict is over in private sector, is the remnants of these things. And this reminds me of what had happened almost a decade ago when we all saw the breach of Stuxnet that was supposedly carried by one nation state on the other. And while the particular operation was finished, the cyber weapons or the cyber tools that were used to carry those attacks are available in dark web or in other forums or in the sites, which then get repurposed and re-weaponized for other purposes like industrial espionage or creating intellectual property theft campaigns. So the impact on private sector is many folds. There is a direct impact because of the motives of the attackers involved on both sides, and then there are spillover effects based on the technology, based on the new weaponized cyber tools that get created as a part of it, and having made them available to other adversaries.
Yeah, and thank you, Atul, for putting this very nicely together. So, uh, the sophistication that we see, and more importantly, the point that you talked about, this is the scenario, or this is particular scene that we have seen, is which is bringing both cyber and information warfare together.
Right.
And that's why I would like to come to General Manjeet. So how you see, sir, this environment, and you must be scanning this environment. So and also trying to understand this. So how you see from a overall national security perspective these developments, the elements that are led to this development and this development itself, and we will talk about post this what could happen in the future.
Thank you. Jai Hind, everyone, my respected co-panelists and the audience which is listening to all of us. At the very outset, I would like to thank the DSCI for providing this opportunity, and compliments to them for organizing this workshop as also selecting this topic. The topic is absolutely relevant, and we all need to be up and about to face the challenges which are there in the contemporary world today. While you would have, looking at the environmental scan, while you would have seen the whole lot of it in the media, out in the open, what's happening, as also the previous two speakers have really covered it to some extent as to what's the today's reality. I would like to just give one of the perspective on that, and it's too large domain to be covered in a very short time. However, I'll try and put across one or 2 points which are quite pertinent as far as the environmental scan is concerned. So, firstly, the vertical splitting of the world was a historical phenomena which had paled into insignificance because of the globalization. And with the recent rise of some powers and conflict situations, and actual conflicts as we see today in some parts of the world, we are seeing or witnessing a changing world order. The rise of Asia, the repositioning of the big powers, their approaches, the capabilities, the supply chains, the interdependence, the criticality of technology and connectivity is something we are watching today. And each of this has a colossal impact on each other. So much of interdependencies. However, what is at the core? What is at the core is the national interests of each nation, and rightly so. And each nation has its doctrines, policies, and strategies based on the national interests, its objectives, and goals. And for any decision making at the national level, normally it passes through certain factors such as the geopolitics. That's the first one. The social factors, the economic security, and the national security. Uh, Now, these factors are played for any kind of decision making in the complete process, and therefore, no government, no business, and no citizen can remain aloof to the impact of these factors on their functioning or a way of life. They have to be up and about, they have to be alive to this. About a little general scan, and coming closer to the cyber domain, we all understand the typical domain it is. It encompasses all other domains and has cross domain implications and linkages. There are no boundaries, and it's distinct from the conventional conflict. In the conventional conflict, you have a clear cut boundaries, borders, laid down kind of rules or the rules of engagement. But the targets are primarily military with some bit of collateral here and there. But here, I think the primary targets are our big enterprises, the ones which are critical, the critical infrastructure that gets played first, even before the military targets get played in a graded manner. These things get played first, and therefore the importance of looking at the security of these organizations, the enterprises, becomes so very pertinent. And as I said earlier, the hybrid nature of this conflict demands preparedness on part of the citizens, businesses, and government alike. And another way I would like to put it across is this quite evident from the level of participation. See, we do not participate in the military-like activities. Everyone doesn't participate. But see the level of participation in the cyberspace today. Everyone is participating. Billions of people are participating in the cyberspace. And therefore, any challenges in the cyberspace have to also be faced by all of us together. So it has to be a wholesome thing. It cannot be that I will enjoy the fruit, but I'll palm it off to others to take on the responsibility. The government alone cannot do it. It's not possible. All of us have to do it, wherein the enterprises definitely have to look at it really seriously. And in fact, if I talk further into the geopolitical tensions which are permeating the cyberspace and resulting into kind of a cyber war, it shouldn't come as surprise. And with the growing tensions, various countries are now building cyber forces, the commands, and in fact, the cyberspace is playing a strategic role in every sphere of life, be it in a conflict situation, a conflict like situation, a no war, no peace situation. Everywhere it's playing a strategic role. Today, you see the leaders' summits, the leaders' meeting, or any of these multilateral engagements where the leaders are meeting. There is no forum where the cyber security or the cyberspace doesn't come in for discussion, apart from the climate change and rest of all the factors which affect all of us as a global community. So that's the kind of activity. Some of the activities gleaned from the recent past in the surface web and the dark web reveals that there has been recently a lot of disinformation campaigns which have been running. The narrative warfare, as one of the speakers covered earlier, and the companies are taking sides due to the nationalistic loyalties as also the sanctions. The crowdsourcing of the offensive and defensive cyber is also happening, as can be seen from the recent conflict. And therefore, each of this should drive us to certain lessons, and we need to seriously look at the cyberspace as a wholesome arena of conflict, which requires wholesome approaches and responses from all stakeholders. So that is what my thoughts on the environmental scans. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I think that covers the entire gambit. I will certainly come back to you in some of those nuances that we need to discuss as a part of this session. And we have enough time, so organizer allow me to extend time to a certain extent for this session. So now, Vikas, coming to you. So the overall cyber conflict and the discussion that we have is largely these are very bigger and larger macro contexts. I know there are a lot of ground up things that really shapes the larger bigger context, but when you talk about cyber warfare, we talk about this kind of conflict, and when we talk about the impact of that in an individual's life or societal life, or more importantly for the enterprises basically. So which are those areas basically at a specific level that you believe in enterprise security that this needs to be factored, and how they are getting factored basically? Because you are on mute. No, I think you need to unmute yourself, Vikas. Uh, Vibhor, can you help? Or anybody from... So there's an unmute button, Vikas. Can you refresh your screen and come back? So by the time I will go to other speaker. So let me come to Candice on the way the security incident management ecosystem and science and technology is coming in, right? So there is really systematic effort that we are putting together to understand, to categorize, even to define these TTPs for the cybersecurity incident basically. And the MITRE framework, that is the cyber culture framework, and that is really helping us to really automate the defenses, automate the responses basically, right? And those responses and the science of security operations is really maturing in terms of systemizing, categorizing, and automating and removing the human intervention from the entire equation basically. Although definitely from the context specific, from the prioritization perspective, human intervention is required. So in this entire response ecosystem that we are seeing, which is increasingly becoming intelligence specific, orchestration specific, automation specific, how do you see this? On one hand, we are seeing this, on the other hand, we are seeing this kind of larger, bigger, somewhere conflict which will be impacting the enterprise security. How do you see that this will really get factored, or how can somebody, if you want to factor this into the existing response mechanism, how can somebody factor this actually?
Shall I answer that question or pass it on to Vikas?
Uh,
I can go for it, and then maybe Vikas can also.
then I will go
Yeah.
to Vikas for you. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I'm sure Vikas, you're gonna add some complementary input. I think I would say something that is to me very important right now, especially in the global context we have now, but not solely. I think we have this tradition of, I mean, from the defense side, I mean, we are on the defense side, right? To have what I call reactive defense, okay? And now I think it's time for a more proactive defense. And it's not the same mindset. Reactive defense is to set the boundaries, to protect your systems, to protect your networks, and always be, you will always be kind of late behind the attackers. So, and I think it's time to get more towards what I call proactive defense. And that is reinforcing detection capacities, including working more precisely on, technical wording here, or what we call IOC, indicators of compromise, IOA, indicators of attacks, TTPs, tactics, techniques, and procedures of the attackers. And then we have also to give more stance to CTI, that is a cyber threat intelligence. We need actionable information in such context where geopolitics is changing the paradigm. And then, I mean, intelligence for me in the cyber domain is actionable information, and we ought to work with the private sector, with also other companies in the private sector. I mean, private sector, we need to share more information, and also we ought to share information with our governments, our national cybersecurity agency. I think this is critical. And so just to sum up, and then I pass it on to Vikas, I think it's high time to move on from the, let's say, the reactive defense to proactive defense. To me, it's very, very important.
So let me come to Vikas. So the question was, where exactly you contextualize this, and how organizations are responding to such kind of competition? What kind of conversation that you have with the organization you must be serving, and about this conflict that is going on?
Yeah, am I audible now?
Yeah, it is.
Thank you so much. I was still worried whether I'm audible or not. So thank you so much for having me here. Hello to all my fellow panelists, and it has been great insights. So far, I couldn't really agree more with whatever inputs we have had so far. And I really like the term proactive defense, which I've just learned. And I would take some points from what Candice mentioned and Vijay General Manjeet mentioned. At a citizen level, now let's understand the problem first. When we are talking about the data breaches, we are talking about cyber warfare at a geopolitical level, and that is changing the dynamics, that is moving in a different direction altogether. And the big foes, the Russia, Iran, North Korea, China, will continue to make such attempts worldwide, right? Now, enough and more research has shown that maximum number of breaches that are caused in organizations happen because of human errors, close to 82%. And out of that, 60 to 65%, depending on the research, depending on what's the research, is simply because of compromised credentials. Think of it that in this digital world, a user's digital footprint is ever increasing. I'm listening music online, I'm watching movies online, I'm ordering groceries online, and I'm booking my tickets online. And for every online application, one thing that I'm creating is a user ID and a password. Now, as an individual, to remain in my comfort zone, what I do is I keep the same password for all those applications. Point number one. Second mistake I make is the password of all those applications somewhere consists of my personal details because I want to be in my comfort zone. I'm ignorant. I don't have a malicious intent. I'm ignorant to the fact that I'm causing a risk to myself. At the same time, I'm carrying this behavior to the enterprise I work for. So maybe my password for the most, my fun-loving application is the password for the most critical application in my business, right? And what I don't realize is that I become a vulnerable point for my business. Candice had earlier mentioned that it's cyber risk is outside your perimeter. It's not only your responsibility now, correct? Look at businesses which are doing businesses with advanced nations which are already under attack. India as a nation is doing a lot of software export, IT services export, medical transcription export to these countries. The cyber criminals are aware of this, and especially the state-sponsored one do understand that if they have to attack, they would have to attack the more vulnerable ones who are actually offering services to these countries. So let's not forget the fact that they are going to intrude through the weakest link, and the weakest link will be humans. We humans have to really elevate our cyber hygiene level fundamentally. We need to understand the risk. We need to protect our organizations from this kind of a risk. Coming to the enterprises, look at all the advanced countries. The reporting of incidents and breach is mandatory, right? We also have that in India. But what we need to do is we need to bring in enforcements where businesses do report in. It's not about penalizing. It's about actually being more watchful and reporting to the government, to the federal, that this is the incident that's happened, which could be further analyzed and corrective actions could be taken. So with this, I thought I'll take a pause and allow this panel discussion to move on.
Yeah, so and I will come to you, because when we say weakest link is a human, and if you make your security dependent on humans action, humans intervention, basically, the kind of problem it will create, because it is the biggest vulnerability that you introduce in the system, and we'll talk about that. The cognitive burden of a security on humans' mind is the area that I definitely want to come back to you. But before coming to you, Atul, you talk about two interesting things. One is the this narration or information warfare and cyber security. So here we have seen, uh, I mean, although I see different expertise exploring information warfare and cyber security separately, but now probably they are converging, and probably this kind of conflict tells us how they are converging, basically. So that's one thing. But another thing that you talk about is the remembrance of things that get invented, for that matter. Suppose, for example, anything emerging attack becomes a perennial attack in short possible time, basically. So somebody out there attacked by some kind of a payload is bound to happen to you, basically. So that's what happened after the stuckness that you talk about. So on this point, one is the cyber and information warfare coming together here, and other parties remembrance will spend some time with you, and like to hear dwelling more on these two areas.
So information warfare is largely, as I think Major General Manjeet sir also covered, it's about narrative control. So you do see a lot of fake media, well, fake or genuine, and you do the nations at each other try to control the media, because we live in a connected world. We are not getting information from one source. We're getting information from multiple feeds, and the ability to connect to control those feeds eventually become the objective of the parties in conflict. And in order to be able to achieve that, a great deal of cyber innovation has to take place, and even a control. So, for example, one of the easiest way that information or the narrative control can be done is by dismantling internet access or dismantling VPN access, so that certain pieces of information are not available. This is outside of the part that news is percolated through some channels. But at the same time, offensive actions like crippling telecommunications infrastructure, ensuring that the internet access is limited or reduced, blocking certain sites. These technologies and some of these policies around it can be leveraged to control the access to information that an individual may have around the world, because we live in a highly polarized world. Opinions get formed in a state of a, people try to cram things or make their judgments based on what's given in a 180 character statement. We live in that kind of world. There's so much of information, and it's very easy to control the sentiments if the information narrative is under the control. And states are such powerful institutions that they're at a place where they can control these things through various means. And cyber becomes one of the biggest media in the present time. So that's our take. The reason I mentioned it is because, in the light of the current conflict, we are seeing as a cyber threat intelligence company, threat intelligence management company, we are seeing a great deal of such narratives being controlled by the conflicting sides, and that reflects to the motive of what these conflicts or the attackers involved in these conflicts have. The other side is more technically interesting side. This one is more politically or policy point of view interesting side. The other is technically. Building up cyber weapons is not easy. Let's face it; it is an expensive process.
Yeah.
The years and years of research goes in to identify vulnerabilities into popular software programs, and then there is a complex process to be able to weaponize those vulnerabilities. Uh, Once it is out in the world, many people can use it and repurpose it, which is how majority of the cyber attacks in the real world happen. But getting to that very first vulnerability in a very popular software is not an easy thing. Such research requires deep pockets. It is not possible without access to sufficient funding and technical infrastructure to be able to find such vulnerabilities and weaponize such vulnerabilities. And in the pyramid of strength, if you say state organizations have the highest level of resources and highest level of muscle power, and if they get incentivized to create such, then those weaponizations become much easier, relatively speaking. And in cyber world, things don't die. Once things get created, they remain forever. And we all have seen how difficult is it to upgrade softwares. So in case the vulnerability is found in a popular software, it will still be taking, and even if the vendor of that software has fixed it, we know that the time where patching will happen is going to take a very uh, there's going to be a significant gap. So the vulnerability will be weaponizable and will be relevant for a very long time. This gives lot of less competent but more potent campaign makers access to these highly sophisticated weapons, which were created as a part of some kind of an internation conflict. And there are enough examples in the cyber security history where these weapons have come through one mechanism or the other. So to
Yeah,
me, that is a much bigger spillover, which will
yeah,
remain even after the conflict is done.
yeah.
The conflict
So
may be over in few months, but this will
yeah,
stay.
yeah. So and to certain extent, may not be the fullest extent. So the enterprises had been investing to one is the reactive way, the way Candace talked about, and proactive way as well, because the significant now investment is coming into security operations, improving the response and orchestrate the overall defenses basically. So, but those will not really stand up with the tremendous amount of resources that are being invested to create that weapon, which probably can be first time use with zero day vulnerabilities and multiple zero vulnerabilities coming together to compromise the enterprise ecosystem. And another part means we can still have some leeway as an enterprise way, but the information warfare is very new for corporates basically. uh, and factoring that into the defense is a very challenging. So my question to General Manjit sir is, strategically, if you are looking at an overall national strategy, and this is the scenario that has been, we have to address the challenges for enterprise security, because many of the enterprises nowadays execute so many transactions basically, right? So most of the network is also now private network, communication network is also on private network basically. So what kind of instrument that we can think about from the larger strategic perspective, which can really address this problem at a larger national level, but more importantly, can also help the enterprises at their level?
Thank you. I think a lot of ground has been covered, especially with respect to what the enterprises need to do. Just to give you a little perspective on what's happening at the national level, is something I would like to put it across. The leadership is completely seized of this issue, and it recognizes the cyberspace as a fifth dimension of warfare, and it's very much there in our thoughts approaches, doctrines, policies, strategies, and accordingly, the first country's first national cybersecurity policy was promulgated in 2013. The policy basically envisaged a safe and secure cyberspace, and it was it was quite relevant when it was written. However, a lot has changed in the last 9 years. The threat landscape, the technologies, the geopolitics, as we are talking about it today, the TTPs, of course, our dependence on the cyberspace, the Digital India program. I talk about India globally. Our dependence has become huge, and therefore it was time that we start thinking about an action-oriented document, and we therefore have formulated a national cybersecurity strategy of 2022, which envisages ensuring a safe, secure, trusted, dynamic, and resilient cyberspace for India's prosperity. We will be looking to grow in this using this cyberspace. And the strategy basically calls for a whole of nation approach, wherein everyone has a role to play. The citizens, the governments, the businesses, everyone has a role to play. Everyone has a responsibility towards the safeguarding our cyberspace. And till the time the strategy gets promulgated and comes in the public domain, not that the actions are not happening, the NSCS along with the operational agencies are undertaking a huge number of initiatives which are very pertinent, which affect all of us as citizens, government, and businesses. Some of these I would like to name a few, like the identification of critical sectors and CIIs, that is critical info infrastructures, is something which is happening. We have an agency called NCIIPC, which is for the protection of the critical infrastructure. The CERTIN has been active. It has issued a cyber crisis management plan. It issues alerts, advisories, guidelines from time to time. The latest one being issued on the 28th of April this year. You must have gone through that. Even the frequently asked questions have also been published now, because there were a lot of questions coming up on various aspects of the guidelines or the directive which has been issued. Then we also have issued the baseline audit framework, which is applicable to all the critical info infrastructures, as also for all the other entities could also adopt that baseline audit process. In order to curb the cybercrime, we have a full-fledged Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center called I4C, which is already in place. The cybercrime reporting portal is in place. The help desk is in place. The analytics is in place. The reports are happening, but the scales are large. There are got about 2,500 reports every single day. So that's a work in progress. Eventually, through the strategy, we have envisaged having regional I4Cs, the regional I4Cs connecting back to down to the district level, and every SHO should get enabled in this whole process. And most of these processes to be getting automated in order to address the reporting, as also the addressing and the mitigation and remediation of each of those FIRs which get lodged, especially with respect to the cybercrime. Then we have counter ransomware initiatives being taken at the international level as also at the national level. We are part of US initiative on the counter ransomware initiative. We're part of that process. There are 36 countries participating, and it's also doing a great job. We conducted recently, DSCI was part of that. We conducted an exercise called NCX India. That's as part of our capacity building processes. For the situational awareness, we have the NCCC, the National Cyber Coordination Center, which is also doing a great job. It is coming up. It's again a work in progress, and slowly we will have a great situational awareness of our complete cyberspace to address each of the threats which are coming to our cyberspace. We have a lot of R&D work happening. We have education, awareness, and each of the issues which I talked about impact everyone, the governments, the center and the state government, the departments, the enterprises, big and small. We have also envisaged in the strategy certain incentives to the industry, to the small and medium enterprises, to the startups, in terms of the incubation centers, the centers of excellence, the R&D parks, wherein they can hook on so that they don't have to really worry about the initial expenditures in order to come out with the indigenous solutions, in order to fulfill the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. We are looking at all that, so that is something which the strategy is talking about. And another thing which has been done at the NSS level is the supply chain infections, as you are all aware,
Yeah.
has become a cause of serious concern, and therefore a national cyber directive on telecom was issued in December 2020, and which became effective in June 2021. It has got a designated authority which is to determine the Indian and foreign trusted sources and products. So that's something. There is a portal, Trusted Telecom portal. Initially, the telecom and power being super critical sectors, we started with the telecom sector. The power sector is following suit and is also coming up with a framework to ensure that the components which get into our networks are from these trusted sources and they are trusted products. So that is something which is being attempted. The defense sector is also considering the same, and hopefully in all our critical sectors, we will have this complete mechanism in place. So that is something which are being done at the national level. On the enterprise level, as to what enterprises could do, I have some thoughts. Maybe in the next round, I'll.
But sir, as we are with you, and now I'll start picking up the questions that people had asked here. So as we are with you, so there's one specific question somebody, Mr. Tapan, had asked here is on this disinformation or misinformation campaign. So what kind of measures that have been thought about as a part of the strategy, or otherwise, what kind of effort is putting at a national level?
Now, you're asking me?
I'm asking you because as we are with you, and the question is specifically what nationally we are doing with it actually.
Yeah. The way we are connected today, the way the people, what they see and what they perceive visually, as also through the audio means, is something which has a great impact on the minds, on the cognitive domain. And therefore, the disinformation or the narrative warfare is something a great challenge to a democracy like ours. And therefore, this needs to be addressed properly at all levels. So there are national endeavors, as also at the state level and the military level. At each level, we have certain mechanisms in place to address, firstly, to identify the root causes, the identify the campaign being run by certain maybe state actors, non-state actors, and other actors in place. So there are mechanisms in place which are taking on the issues of disinformation, as also the narrative warfare.
Yeah. So condense the question, because you talked about the proactive defense, and there is a question somebody, Sunil, a good friend from Bangalore, had asked this question. Even if you are deploying all that thing which is now being called as a proactive defense, basically, and on reality, it's still difficult to maneuver, to work, right, and to the challenges that we have. And challenges are, as many of the panelists is talking about, there are a lot of external drivers are driving our security now. So until now, when we used to talk about information security, it's like we are taking care of our own environment, taking care of our own issues and problem, basically. But a lot of those drivers, those state actors are driving, and significant investments are also going from the state actors on this one. So even the question is, even the proactive measures, basically, in reality, it will be very difficult to manage things, basically. So how do you respond to this question?
Yeah, I understand. For me, switching from the traditional reactive defense to the proactive defense is more a question of a cyber posture, a cyber strategy, and the mindset. This is key. I mean, you have a cyber strategy at a nation state level, but you ought also to have a cyber strategy at enterprise level, right? And then the mindset. It's clearly about the mindset. You're not waiting for the incident, for the security incident to come. You're training, you're preparing, you're anticipating. You were mentioning earlier on the panel session about incident response plans. I mean, incident response plan it's not a nice to have. It's mandatory, and you have to do some exercises to train on a regular basis. And I think there are very practical and concrete actions you can take in a simple manner. I mean, I'm talking for the corporate sector, for the private companies. So one thing is really change your mindset and have a more, don't wait for an incident, a security incident to come. Just keep in mind that at every minute, each second, each day, you might have to face a security incident. The second point, and I think it's good to mention that I think Major General Manjit mentioned it. It's our interdependence or a dependency on supply chains, right? I think you all remember in December 2020, the SolarWinds event, right? And I guess it's about almost 10 US agencies that were hit, and something like 100 or more than 100 private companies that were also hit. And I think there's also, we have some job to do regarding our supply chains. And I think it's Vikas mentioned the weakest link. And so, you know that most of the most crippling cyber attacks have emanated from, let's say, poorly secured third-party and supplier environments. And we have to reclaim the control of our supply chains. And again, very simple actions we can take on a daily basis. Do you have an inventory of your suppliers, vendors? Maybe you could also conduct some security audits on them, cyber due diligence. You could also segment your suppliers according to the risk. There are some suppliers who are more critical than others. Why? Because, for example, they have let's take an example. They have remote access to your company network. So I think this is also something that has to be worked out more profoundly. How do we reclaim the control, or at least a better view of the cyber threats exposure our suppliers, vendors, contractors, business partners, or whatever are bringing to us? And I think this is I mean, this is my point of view. It's still a weak link to me. I believe companies do not work enough on those issues. And so this would be part for me of the proactive, just to sum it up, Vinayak, this would be part for me of what I would call, this is an element of a proactive defense as well. So you see concrete actions, you know?
Yeah. So let me now come to Vikas, because as you talked about, and many aspects of security, and most people say out of 10, 7 elements of security depends on the credential, basically your ability to maintain or secure your credential, basically. But the challenge, one is that certainly a challenge, but most of the security design, I mean, we always talk about PPP, PPT, people, process, and technology, and definitely people part is definitely very important. But what we are increasingly realizing is the volume and complexity of a data that we do, a transaction that we do, basically. So many digitization happening, and so much of the complex wave that are behind the system and behind the actions that we do on a digital space, basically. So if you really make an individual responsible or you depend on individual action for security basically, then I think you would leave a lot of vulnerabilities basically. So the if the security is invisible or security is not putting cognitive burden on the user basically, that's a better security basically, right? So can security be made in a such a way that your reliance on the end user, his your reliance on actions of a end user reduces down basically. So you are not relying on the action that the user is taking in terms of securing its password, changing the password. So can we really make a security which is not dependent on the actions of an end user basically? So that security becomes a very transparent, invisible for the user, but at the background it can work very well for that, because that's what you can remove the weakest link out of the equation.
Yeah. Thanks, Vinay. That's a very relevant question. And obviously, as much as I do not intend to pivot towards on the technology on the product side, but that's what we have really seen in countries with advanced data protection laws and enforcement, especially on the compliance side, where password managers to be embraced by businesses is becoming the first recommendation, right? So what typically happens is that businesses are investing a lot of dollars in consulting processes, bringing in technologies at all level, and then there is one employee who kind of makes way for an intruder to get in with through one of the application that probably is not tied to some of the defense systems because of technology, or probably because of commercial limitation. So starting when I say this, I mean I would really like to give an analogy of being hydrated. No matter of how much of hydration, how much of nutrition we have, how much of sleep we have, how much of food we have, unless we are dehydrated from within, it's not an overall healthy body system. Same goes with the credential management. That's the first piece. That link remain the weakest link, and that link will be the one that would be very easily exploited. And mind it, these are state sponsored. When we are talking about state sponsored cyber criminals, they are using advanced algorithms. They are not using manual permutations and combinations to bring a password. And look at our behavior today. We fill in a form at a restaurant with all our personal details to avail 20-30% discount, date of birth, wedding anniversary, spouse name, everything. So our data is anyways which ways available, and it's a matter of time for somebody to bring it together and create a credential and just in, create an intrusion into the system. So I would say yes, technologies, IDM technologies like password manager, that really reduces not only the cognitive burden on end user, but empowers security leaders within the organization to be actually able to view the hygiene, overall hygiene of the credentials, whether how many are weak credentials, how many are reused credentials, or how are credentials being shared, how easily we share passwords when we are going on leave, right? This is my credential for this application, just log in and just go about doing this work, and we forget that this same credential is my credential for another 10 applications. So this kind of a behavior has to be really fixed
I
at a
mean,
fundamental
especially
level.
the design we see, which are becoming more advanced, more resourceful. So it's very easy to really break into systems if you are targeting this one. And now I really like to come to Atul on one of the very important subject from the enterprise security perspective. So there are many aspects as an enterprise leader of a security I can control, right? But increasingly, the aspects are going beyond my own limit or own boundaries, basically, right? So there are a lot of external drivers like the state actor attacking you, a lot of geopolitics basically coming into the picture, or you becoming part of the information warfare, you become a target of information warfare scheme that somebody may be like looking at. So on that perspective, there's a question as to somebody asked here basically. So these unauthorized activity which is happening in cyberspace basically, and many of them be qualified as a criminal activity, and you as a security leader may not have basically wherewithal with you or any control with you. So what kind of instrument that you look at from the larger security design at a national level or international level, which you can leverage from basically?
That's a very interesting question, Vinayak. We live in a very, very connected world, as we already talked about, and we are carrying our security or lack of it with ourselves, especially geopolitical situation being one, then the catastrophic events like COVID, where people are working remotely, you're accessing networks that you are not entirely sure whether you should be or not. There are many such big themed events that happen all the time. As a security as somebody in charge of the security, one of the things that we are trying to force or we are trying to encourage is a little bit of relooking at the model of the security. In the last decade or so, we've had a lot of reliance on a product driven security. We expect that if a CISO has bought certain products, then the security comes in just at the point of bringing in those products. And I think Candice also mentioned, Vikas also mentioned, that shift has to go away. That has to shift. Merely buying a set of security tools and implementing them is not going to give you security. There has to be a proactive effort. It's just like merely buying a gym membership is not going to give you those six-pack abs that you see in the models in that gym. You need to really go there and sweat it out. So one part is encouraging the enterprise to do a bit of proactive steps, which could be threat detection. That's one part, by having proactive investment into intelligence practices, CTI practices. I think Candice also touched upon it. You as the business owner are the best person in a position to know what risks your businesses suffer. And there are enough technology and tools available to measure those risks if the will is there, if the enterprise will is there, and making small steps can bring much more return on investment than having to buy the next buzzword security driven product. Simple changes like credential management, simple changes like mapping my supply chain interface at what is my surface like, what are my access points, and identifying what are my critical crown jewels. If I get breached, what is the attacker supposed to gain from me? Some of those minimal hygiene things as a part of everyday CISO practice, and when percolated down, can help organizations way more than having to rush towards the next, shiny bright product on the shelf. It starts, this internalization will take time. We've been too much into the mindsets of buying an antivirus or fire. I mean, and nothing wrong with those products, but they were built for a particular reason. The dependence on cyberspace has changed a lot. The use cases we are running in cyberspaces have changed a lot. Who would have thought that one day you'll be ordering your food or your taxi on the cyber through the cyber media? The innovation in this space happens faster than the ability to understand where will it break or what are the breach points. Therefore, this cognizance, this recognition that yes, if my business is dependent on cyber infrastructure, a practice or a conscious effort in ensuring its safety and hygiene is the best way. And then it can be mapped out. Does that mean regular monitoring of my products? Does that mean an investment into the threat intelligence? Does that mean building a SOC practice? There are many practices and tools already available.
Yeah, and I would now like, because we probably I have to be mindful of the time that we are taking. So just to conclude this discussion, I will probably briefly ask you a comment from each of you, but I'll start with General Manjit here. So the overall strategy for cybersecurity or overall machinery for cybersecurity at the national level, every nation is trying to do that, and internationally as well, there is some alliances which are happening basically. So that are throwing some value, creating those aggregate level capability, or probably providing some instruments as well. So how those instruments, those capabilities are getting created, and how enterprise can leverage them to really withstand with this kind of amalgamation of a lot of those state actor coming into the picture. Information marker is now increasingly getting intermingled with cyber security, and a lot of those motivation which probably are not very economic or not very enterprise centric motivation now shaping the security threat landscape basically. How can enterprises leverage, and what kind of instruments and capabilities are getting created at aggregate level which can be leveraged by enterprises?
Thank you. I think I'll not delve into the strategy per se and what is available in the strategy for the enterprises to derive out of it. I'm sure when it comes into the public domain, all the enterprises will get to know how the government is taking measures to facilitate what it can, and there are fiduciary responsibilities on part of the enterprises, the businesses, also well built into the strategy to undertake certain amount of actions, responsibilities, the protection of data, the bringing of ICT products and services or solutions into the market which are trustworthy, because the citizens who are being provided various solutions, services, products do trust on you, and therefore they stake their finances. It's completely built on trust, and therefore there are a whole lot of responsibilities on part of the enterprises as well. Some of the one or two points or 3 points which I would like to through this workshop would like to bring is that the enterprises must recalibrate their organizational risk management strategies in view of the geopolitics as we discussed today, and also various factors which have been brought in by the speaker so very well. The realities are known. It's time that we get into our complete review of the organizational risk management strategies. Also, we need to build framework for the supply chain integrity and supply chain resilience. This is another area, and therefore the enterprises can develop supply chain security strategies, and which will encompass the supply chain risk management principles and cyber defense in depth strategies. So this is something which they need to do. Also, another idea which one could think of is wherein the enterprises could come together and cooperate and form consortiums, wherein they improve their info sharing and transparency, the common concerns with respect to supply chain, the cyber risks affecting that particular sector, at least within a sector, through the practice of, let's say, ISACs. uh, Also, they can drive policies with government and regulators collectively as a consortium, as a small little sector. Is something which can they can take a consortium approach just for consideration. And also, the enterprises must carry out detailed risk assessments, including the likely impact analysis with respect to loss of business, loss of brand, reputation, leakage of IP to competition, legal fees, etc., and work out the complete details. In fact, this complete thing should draw board's attention, and they should allocate adequate amount of resources in terms of budgets, HR, dedicated CISOs to address each of this. And in fact, the finance department should build cyber risk assessment as part of the overall business risk assessment. This is the duty of the finance department to come up with this, put it to the board, and the board should really look at the enterprise security or cyber security really seriously. Otherwise, you've seen the number of examples. The latest is the Oil India, wherein the ransomware attack was there, and they were demanding to the tune of about 60 odd crore rupees. Similarly, there are a number of incidents which are happening in our own country and across the globe. So therefore, we need to carry out the cost-benefit analysis and look at your turnovers, look at the cost of this cyber security, and vis-a-vis losing so much money. So those kind of things, I think there's the need of a detailed risk assessment of every single enterprise, big or small, and then work out its own strategies and in line with the overall legislations, regulations, compliance requirements, and all that. They all have to have a strategy. Every single enterprise must do it. That is something, and I would like to read two, three lines from the strategy, which says enterprises are obligated to ensure due diligence with fiduciary responsibility towards continuity without service disruption, ensure security of ICT products and services that are brought into market, protect the business and PII data, and report breaches. This is something straight from the strategy which we have envisaged. So, this is something which I would like to convey through this forum. Thank you.
Thank you. And these are very concluding thing element, but I will go to each of you. Kandais first, then Atul, and then Vikash. Very briefly, means Kandais, we heard about it. So there is definitely a lot of obligations, liabilities, and requirements which are coming in. Which needs to be complied with, which also empowers a security leader like you, so that you can get more commitment from the organization for security. But apart from those obligation liabilities and response compliance requirement, basically, so what you also see from the larger national effort which is going for cybersecurity? How do you leverage that? Can you just briefly talk about how do you leverage to address this kind of a conflict and the possible spillover coming to you as an enterprise? Very briefly.
Uh, you mean from a national cybersecurity
Yeah.
level, right?
How you benefit out of it?
Like for instance, in my country, well, uh, we have let's say good access to our national cybersecurity agency here in Europe. I mean, I'm not talking for France because greetings from France. I'm based in France, but I'm talking for other, also for other European national cybersecurity agencies. There are more and more closer links between the national cybersecurity agencies in European countries and the private sectors. And I think this is an important point where the National Cybersecurity Agency can gather some types of information that the private sectors cannot get, or they have a more broader view, a national view, a global view of the types of security incidents the private sector is facing, the cyber threat landscape. And so I think those are precious piece of information for the private sector. So I think the dialogue between the private sector and the public sector is key, especially in the current geopolitical context. And then again, we as the private sector enterprises, we have to use this information and to do something with it. It's not only about gathering strategic information. How do we translate it into our daily security operations? But I think in other continents and other countries, we see the same reinforcement of the dialogue between public and private sectors. And I think it's a good point.
Yeah. So we'll come to Vikash briefly. Vikash, how do you see all this strategic effort happens at a national or international level, shapes the work that you do, and how can you leverage from it very briefly? And then I'll probably conclude the session with Atul.
Yeah, I'll just keep it really very brief. And my closing message to all the business, I'm talking from an enterprise perspective, is do not leave enterprise security with the security leader, with your CISOs. Security is a business problem. Everyone has to get involved in it. From the junior most employee to the topmost person in the leadership, security is an end-to-end problem. Just like your home, it's not the man of the house or the elder person in the house who has to lock the door. It's everybody's issue. So be very open to it, because these small incidents and issues in your business can have far reaching effects on the associated businesses and at the same time national security. So those are my closing comments, Vinay.
Yeah. So Atul, how do an enterprise leverage the capabilities that are coming at aggregate national level?
So there are a couple of things here, Vikas. So one, as I think Major General Majid also mentioned, there are various initiatives by state institutions. CERT-IN is publishing advisories, and these advisories can become part of the hygiene practice. They can be consumed. At least at some level, there are initiatives that various organizations through, for example, the NCSC and the other initiatives that come up, that the enterprise can easily avail. The other most important thing, I think, at the core of it for businesses, cyber is a risk problem. It is just like any other risk problem. Uh, and we know that risk in various other form industry spaces have been solved through insurance. Insurance industry can become a big driver, and that at some level policy may come into play. How we are addressing the health at the most basic level by making policy changes, by incentivizing insurers as well as incentivizing individuals for the personal health. Similarly, cyber health for small to medium businesses can be accelerated quite a lot through a collaborative policy environment that can enable insurance, which can not only penalize bad behavior but also incentivize good behavior. The insurance industry will also find some innovation in that space, and state as an agency can act as a facilitator. It need not always be a technology problem. Some things can be solved at the policy mechanisms. And collaboration, I think, is a very strong part. So institutions such as yourselves, DSCI, that is bringing various industry participants together. And if these things can actually become actionable at the end of it, where there are more, if we want to talk about exchange mechanisms for indicators of compromise, exchange mechanisms of India specific threats or our geographic specific threats, which can then become part of an automation system that an enterprise can easily consume without having to do an additional cost burden, so that their businesses and profit margins don't suffer. These collaborative initiatives can, I think, bring us a great value for businesses and as a nation and a society together.
So with this, I would really like to conclude the discussion. I'm really sorry we extended significantly this session, but the discussions were very going right, and organizers also allowed me to continue with the discussion. Thank you, General Manjit. Thank you, Kandais. Thank you, Atul and Mr. Vikash joining us today and adding very critical value to the subject that we thought about for the discussion. Thank you very much for coming, and all those questions that people ask, I try to get at least three, four question out of your comments. So thanks for putting those questions as well.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Nayak.
you,
Thank you,
everyone.
Manish.
Thank you,
Bye
everyone.
bye.
All
Thank you.
right. So thank you, all of you, for joining this session, and especially our panelists for sharing insights from their respective areas of expertise and bringing so diverse experiences to the session. And now we will break for tea and networking. Stay tuned and see you at the other side of the break. And that should be around 4:30 p.m. See you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, hello everyone. Good evening to all. Today we are going to discuss the security and privacy challenges in modern transaction processing. Discuss on this issue. Today we have our panelist, and let me introduce our panelist. So, we have Prasanto, who will be moderating the session, and we have then Mr. Gaurav from IIT Jammu. And hi, Prasanto.
Hi, Satyam. Hello.
Yeah, and
Hello.
yeah, we have Miss Pratibha, and
Hello, everyone.
yeah, hi, and we have Mr. Avnish.
Hi.
Yeah, hello.
Okay. Are we all set?
Yes, Prasanto. So the stage is yours.
Thanks, Satyam, and thank you, everyone. Delighted to be here. Complex area, and I think fairly wide-ranging area when you look at talking about safety, security, privacy. We've been seeing this, of course, in areas. I think the BFSI sector, fintech, has been really grappling with this, and it's probably ahead of the curve and ahead of many other segments in this. But we've seen how complex it's become, even for a single payments provider, whether it's a wallet provider like a Paytm or whatever, there's an enormous amount of complexity in itself. Moment you look at, something which integrates multiple partners, players, etc., and of course any payments process does. But look at something like UPI, which, you've got a bunch of, there's payment gateways, payment processors, there's an acquiring bank, there's this network in between, which is, providing the UPI infrastructure, all of that. And now take it to the next level where you've got e-commerce, which is actually bringing together, and it's not just on one platform, which is itself integrating so many, millions of sellers and tens of millions of buyers. But you're looking at something like ONDC, which is the, the open network for digital commerce, which is, it's a national platform which is looking at very incredible vision, actually, of bringing together a whole range of different types of players and service providers, buyers, sellers, even platforms, even Amazon, Flipkart, Paytm Mall, all of them would be integrating via APIs on it. Imagine the complexity of a transaction on that, potentially with a buyer coming in from somewhere directly via a platform, connecting via this, via APIs to an Amazon or Paytm Mall. There is a payment processor here, there's a payment service provider, there's a logistics provider, integrating all of that and then ensuring safety and security there. What happens if there's a breach, there's data flowing through so many places, who's liable, who's responsible? uh, More than that, how do you ensure in real time, how do you test it in real time, how do you actually test code for something that complex, and where, by the way, it's not code from one party, right? It is all the 7 or 8 or 10 parties which are involved. So it's actually a fascinating area when you extend this safety security for something like payment transactions or one part of the cycle to this entire, uh, you know, transaction processing cycle. And that's something we are going to discuss here. I think we've all seen the at least the impact of issues and breaches when they happen. Some of them are scary and staggering in terms of numbers, with millions and millions of records breached, not necessarily all with money lost, etc. But we've seen recently, with the Razor Pay one, thousands of records, and with some 7 crore or 8 crore potentially impacted. There have been multiple breaches, Dominoes and a whole bunch of others, where millions of records. You had credit cards and debit cards exposed. Okay, so you've clearly, I mean, clearly we're at a situation where, as more and more people come into the whole digital processing, digital transaction place, we're going to see an explosion of encountering bigger and bigger problems there. And to an extent, the last 2 years have been really, really interesting, because a lot of people have been forced into digital commerce when they never expected to move in that quickly. And that's happened. It's not just payments, it's digital everything. It's digital restaurant booking, digital scanning the menu and ordering from your smartphone while sitting in the restaurant, closing the loop and making that payment, contactless deliveries and the whole jing bang. So what we're going to do here is we're going to jump in quickly. We have a short time in hand, and I'm going to just ask each panelist to just come up with maybe 2-3 minutes of introductory remarks where I'd request him or her to just briefly introduce himself or herself and the work they're doing, and maybe one or two key issues they feel are most germane here, which we will take up immediately after that. So just 2-3 minutes, maybe just in alphabetical order. Amaresh, Shishat, Amar, could I start with you from
Yeah,
Tenable?
sure. Thank you, Prasanto. That was a wonderful introduction, and I mean, we are living in a world where every operation which is done on top of any payment gateway involves so many complex processes. It's really mind-boggling. So. Uh, I come from Tenable. Just a quick background on Tenable. We are a cyber exposure company. We serve a little over 40,000 customers worldwide. We have very good visibility to our Nessus scanner, which is a well-known scanner in open free scanner world, right from academicians to professional security experts make use of that. And we serve close to 60% of Fortune 500 companies. So what we have been seeing is not just in terms of payment gateways, but overall for most of the business applications, uh, the the entire platform is shifting towards cloud. It's not necessarily public cloud. People have been dabbling with their own private cloud. And the entire cloud phenomena is driven by automation, right? So in the last 3 to 5 years, what you have seen is automation has made significant inroads. And where we have been focusing, especially to solve some of these problems, is to shift left in taking the security approach, which means you start at the code level itself. And while the cloud, like we say, is still sitting in the code, being controlled by the developer, you try to assess and fix as many problems preemptively as possible. Right? So I think that's where we are seeing a lot of traction, a lot of companies going, and I'm sure others have more areas to talk about. But this is one of the focus areas that we have at Tenable.
Great, thanks, Amar. Pratibha, could I go over to you next from Secura? And could I
Sure.
actually just request the speakers to just mute themselves when not speaking, because we seem to have an unusual problem of echo when anyone else is speaking and anything else is on. So sorry about that, but you'll have to keep doing some mute and unmute. Pratibha, all yours.
Okay. So thanks a lot for explaining around the financial transaction and the problem that we might face or we already facing already. So I am a co-founder for Secura. We started off around 4 years back now, and Secura is a unified platform with an approach to gain the wider visibility into the threats with enhanced contextualization to both the business as well as the IT environment, right? And which is further supported by the automated and orchestrated response to contain the business impact swiftly, right? So Secura is a unified SOAR which facilitates the early detection of threats and their faster containment through its threat intelligence platform that harnesses the power of threat intelligence from multiple sources, right? Plus, as well as the AVIP platform, which visualizes or contextualizes the signals picked up from various sources to organization assets and associated vulnerabilities, right? So Secura orchestration automation, as the name suggested, we are a SOAR. So it's an orchestration automation and response platform that reduces both the triage and the response times and overall shrinking the attackers' windows of opportunity. Right. Talking about the financial problems that we can have, I think there are validation processes, there are historical context, and there are global context
which all are a part of financial transactions. And if we have to widely distribute the frauds, they can be identity theft, they can be synthetic identity fraud or credit card fraud, and somehow the all the security and privacy of your users devices transaction context lies around these kinds of frauds and maybe other frauds as well, right? So Secura will not be able to detect the fraud, to be honest, but then we are able to automate and respond and automate triage and response against all these different kinds of frauds, which can be an alert or an incident into the systems.
Terrific. Thanks, Pratibha. Dr. Gaurav Vashni, over to you. Would maybe a quick background to the very interesting work that you told me about that you are doing in your team and your thoughts on the subject.
Yeah. Thank you, Prashanto. Very happy to be in this panel. So I'm Dr. Gaurav Varshney, working in the area of offline authentication currently. But I closely have seen phishing in my PhD research work. So I worked aggressively in anti-phishing secure authentication schemes. And some of the areas which I'm currently working in includes malicious insider detection, how we can actually detect malicious insiders in an organization, how actually we can actually use this memory as one of the very powerful tool to get the data of the devices for threat detection or say malicious insider detection, but at the same time also making sure that the privacy of the user is intact. So doing memory forensics is very easy, like it has been done in the past. We are trying to build models through which we can do memory forensics, we can do threat detection, but at the same time we can ensure the users of that specific device that yes, your private data is something that we do not see. So this is one of the important problems that we are working on. We're working on offline authentication here, where we are trying to actually mimic the physical wallet. For example, when we talk about digital, most of the times people try to say digital is actually connected with internet, which may or may not be true in multiple circumstances. So when I say that I am actually doing digital transactions, so do I need internet? Technically, today we need internet. But if you try to map it with the real world situation, real world payment that we do, we take out money from our wallet, we put money in someone else's wallet, they deposit whenever they want to. So basically, they are not connected to the bank in real time. So the transaction happens offline in the real world. So can we actually mimic that transaction? This is another problem that we were working on. We're working on some of the more problems with respect to standardization of policies over DNS for securing the infrastructure of websites and things like that. So two of the things that you've asked, like what will be the focus of mine if I talk about it here in the panel discussion, is that do we actually need the internet for transactions? When we say transaction processing, can transaction processing happen offline in the future? The second thing is, can we focus more on the standardization of transaction processing? So we see there are a lot of standards which are coming up. Say UPI is coming up and saying that this is the way of doing transactions. There might be other wallets which will come up and they say, but is there any cryptographic standard coming up from the government of India or say any entity saying that these should be the standards which should be followed for transactions? These are the things which I'll be happy to actually interact with and would like to meet other panelists in their thoughts on that.
Terrific. Okay, so I think we've got off to a healthy start with quite a few points which have come up, and I think the standards part you bring up is particularly interesting. I'm going to bring up all of these together into this one question in terms of complexity. Okay, when we are looking at very complex multi-party, multi-system, multi-rail transactions, okay, what sort of challenges does that pose today? And one example I gave is of something like ONDC, which is actually looking at a whole range of service providers, let us say 8 or 10 service providers, who are part of a transaction. and the transaction will involve a whole bunch of things. It could involve taxation related stuff. I mean, there might be tax collection at source, 1% TCS is required. Then it is a logistics fulfillment exercise, etc. So, I mean, Amar, in your context, so clearly here there is no homogeneity of code, right? You don't have one person writing the code. So I don't know how your shift left, etc., would even apply. How would you actually deal with this complexity? In terms of even testing a system like this. So I understand that something like ONDC is trying to provide a framework and try to provide some standardization, some APIs which are kind of there. There is some SLAs and the type of responses expected, etc. But your code and all the service providers, they're all different, right? So how do you actually deal with something like this? And I'd like the others to also take up this question of complexity where there are multiple entities in a transaction and you're
Yeah.
struggling to reconcile to make them all work together to make liability clear, the flow of information clear. How does that work?
Right. Very good question, Prasanto. So, like one of the, I think attendees has asked about the use case, right? So, uh, I'm sure there will be at the client level, client of the use case implementation. There are certain SLAs which are expected from the service providers, right? So what we have seen in our experience when we work with some of the financial organizations is they definitely have dependencies for their own operations and to meet their own SLAs. How they kind of get it certified from the vendors is through standards, right? And there are multiple standards, as we all know. I mean, we ourselves support close to 300, 400 different kind of compliance requirements as part of our security assessment through the products. But variety of standards when it comes to financial matters or healthcare, etc. Uh, where it really helps is to understand the overall end-to-end flow and map your security controls and put them in areas where you can have different levels of exposure, right? So your risk exposure uh, is today extremely wide because of the area spanned from your mobile-based interfaces to your cloud-based interfaces to your operational technology interfaces in some cases also, right? And that's where it becomes extremely crucial to have a single pane of glass at every vendor level to span across those areas. So when we look at vulnerability, we don't look at vulnerability just as your operating system level vulnerability. We look at your software vulnerability, we look at your identity vulnerability, we look at your cloud vulnerability, your configuration assessment, as well as your code vulnerability, right? And when we say code, it is both application level security as well as your configuration level security. If you look at recent breaches, I mean, we have some data where we analyzed past 2 years breaches. If you just bring that count, I mean, that's a huge number and it keeps on adding every day, right? We have studied some close to 200 large scale breaches which are known, and 80 to 85% of those breaches we have seen because of known software flaws or known flaws, known weaknesses, known vulnerabilities, um, and predominantly in your configuration space, right? And that's where we started focusing, especially for your internet facing areas. That's where it matters the most. We'll cover some more advanced use cases later, which we call as breach path detection, where an advanced hacker how they actually get to your asset through multiple levels of vulnerable systems, not just through direct access to your asset. But those are some of the areas that we focus on.
Terrific. Thanks, Amar. So, Pratibha, if I take this question to you again, in the context of complexity, where you have complex systems and multiple players in the system, multiple chains of information flowing for the same transaction through 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 systems. Okay, how does that challenge threat assessment and analysis and then reporting? Reporting is something I also want to come to in a while because there's been a lot of conversation on this certain directive. or 6 hours reporting of cyber incidents, etc. But keeping aside the 6 hours part, there's still a requirement of reporting, whether it's 6 or 24 hours. So, this whole complexity from systems which involve so many players, and even for a e-commerce player, an e-commerce player is also dealing with huge number of systems. In many cases, there are even sellers who are plugged in through automated systems, through APIs, etc. So how does that challenge, and what sort of solutions are there in? And you would probably have clients who are maybe one part of the space, or maybe some of them might be actually looking at platforms or frameworks which are actually bringing in multiple platforms or partners. So tell us a bit about handling this complexity in terms of threat assessment and response. You're on mute. You just have to unmute, Pratibha.
Sorry, am I
Yeah,
audible now?
all good.
Yeah, all right.
Yes.
So if you really have to look at, at a solution which can provide you with, kind of a, as Amresh was saying, right, a single pane of glass, right, through which you can connect with all those vendors together, all right. So that is one thing, okay. And second thing is, for that there has to be some, standardization to be, kind of faced or to be put into each of these different vendors, right? For example, if we can have a standard way wherein all of them can operate, or there are REST APIs at, if you're going at that level, right? If they can provide us with an interface, or the APIs through which you can connect, at least first, the first thing is to connect with all these different payment vendors, or in that payment aggregators, all those different entities which are involved, right? So that is the first thing. And second thing is, when, if you can have a single pane of glass as, and this, but the whole problems comes in when there are, what is it that has to be considered actually as an incident. For example, we were discussing this certain thing, that, right, which has said that all the incidents have to be reported in 6 hours, kind of a time frame, right? But if you are looking at a port scan kind of a thing, right, there are huge number of port scans which are done every day across India. Huge number of port scans, right? So how many of them have to be actually converted into a report, or how many of them have to be left out as false positives, right? That is the first entry point, because if you start uh, aggregating, and if you start considering everything as an incident, then also your actual incidents which are a threat or an attack can go at a lesser priority, as compared to reporting all these thousands of 4,000, not even thousand, right, crores or millions of port scans activity, which will be, as per the standard, has to be reported now, right? So the main problem is, I think, identifying what is an actual threat, right? So with Secura, so like the platform that we are developing, it's probably not a part of the financial transactions, because financial transactions, if you really talk about the actual financial transactions, they are not, the logs are not sent anywhere, and the incidents are managed within a small group of access providers or the vendors. But when you're talking about a different SOC kind of infrastructure, maybe we need something similar to SOAR, which is a, into infrastructure security and SOC kind of a thing. I think we need something similar inside the financial transaction as well, which can integrate with different vendors that you have, which can provide you with a single pane of glass to identify which of these incidents that are being reported is actually a threat, which can probably, cut down your false positives, and on top of it, which can also automate the process of responding against all those incidents or the threats which are there, and kind of reduce the triage process, and then eventually convert all these actual incidents into reports, right? So if we can automate, all this entire process, uh, life of a lot of people will be comparatively easier as compared to what it is right now.
So, okay, fascinating point there. I want to pick up on that, and I'll just come back to you after I go to Gaurav on this point a little further. How can this be done? Essentially, I mean, Pratibha, if the point, for example, is how do you actually classify something as an incident worth reporting? Can you actually look at thresholds or envelopes, which if you exceed, like in payments, typically a payment transaction in real time, there's an assessment of whether that transaction is within an envelope or outside it, within a fraud score or outside it. For example, if somebody has made 3 ATM withdrawals in 5 minutes apart at 3 different ATMs, okay, spaced apart geographically, maybe that's just at the borderline of the envelope. Okay, but if that's reported and somebody confirms that that was fraud, then the machine learns and the system learns. So
Yes.
the envelope. So when you cross that envelope, so can you actually take that approach in something like this? And so I'm going to come back to you with this question. Just hold your answer for a bit. Gaurav, let me come to you and ask you this: that how do you deal with complexity? And since you've worked a lot in the offline space, when you actually factor in offline into the process, okay. Now, in payments, I think what's happening with offline is the way they're dealing with it is they're limiting the exposure by saying that, okay, offline will be, let's say, 200 rupees maximum transaction, and at any given time, not more than, say, 1,000 rupees or 2,000 rupees or whatever, which is outstanding, unsettled, okay, until that system goes online or the person goes online. Okay, but when you have other different elements across and authentication itself, how do you actually deal with that complexity where you've got these 7 or 8 members in the chain which are unrelated except through APIs or whatever, and then you're bringing in offline into the scenario? Uh, how do you deal with that complexity?
Yeah. So starting with your first question, we talk about internet. Like it was never planned to be decentralized. You go back in 1960s. If you see 1991 Web 1.0, Web 2.0, we've never thought of decentralizing the internet. It was never there. The idea was never there. So when we say that we are trying to introduce more players into the system, and we are trying to actually we are saying that there are some global players, and then we want to bifurcate these global players into multiple small players, and then these small players are actually helping out carry out a transaction. Some of the frameworks that you have discussed just now. At the end of the day, the internet is going to be centralized. If you see the current internet as well, the root domain name servers, the TLS certificate authorities, all are centralized. Even if you try to actually bifurcate them, at the end of the day, there will be some trust anchor. The internet is based on trust anchor. So trust anchor has to be there. If you talk about encryption, there has to be a trust anchor. There has to be a certificate authority who you trust. So no matter how much you try to decentralize the system, at the end of the day, there has to be a trust anchor, and which will always remain. Maybe in the case of UPI, if you see, it is NPCI, which is the trust anchor. So trust anchor will remain. There may be small players which will come up, vendors which will come up, but the trust anchors are gonna be there in the system. Secondly, when you talk about the complexity that will come up, there'll be a lot of complexity with respect to the encryption, the very first place. Like how you're gonna manage so many keys. Key management is itself a very big issue. How you're gonna have so many certificates, how you are actually providing those certificates, how you're maintaining the keys, no matter whether you're using TLS or any other encryption standards for carrying out that specific communication encryption, how you're going to store the data, who's actually going to prove that the data is stored in the right format. There will be a lot of issues which will come up. There will be a lot of standardization which will be needed when multiple players will come in the system. So these will be creating a lot of jobs or a lot of businesses for companies which are working in cybersecurity. Because if you see the current landscape, the developers which are there, we cannot actually just hire them and make them work in the cybersecurity industry. There has to be some training, understanding of encryption or say core security concept needs to be done. So which means that there will be more jobs which will get created over time when such decentralization things will come up in the system. Uh, the third thing that you've asked, the offline authentication and how it can actually come into the system. I think if you see logically, the complete internet is service based. So basically, you're providing some service. You're providing a shopping service, payment service, authentication service. But if you logically see it, it's basically authentication and then services, right? So authentication is a key point on which the complete internet is based on. And there'll be a lot of inventions which will come up in the space of authentication only over coming years, because that has to be done. Access control, authentication, these will be the key areas in cybersecurity, no matter where it shapes to, whether it shapes to shopping, whether it shapes to more digital payments. It will be the authentication which will play a major role in that. The third thing, let's suppose if we're talking about offline authentication, we're saying transaction processing, more decentralization will require more offline authentication use cases. Because when you're saying more vendors are there, there may be a vendor which is having, which is there where internet is not available, where transaction processing systems are there, but the specific internet connectivity is not there. We are not only saying that internet connectivity is not there, we are saying that voice connectivity is also not there. So we are also discarding the fact that there is an RBI UPI 123 Pay, which allows you to actually do a transaction from a feature phone when you have a voice connectivity. We are saying that you don't have a voice connectivity even on those places. How you're gonna do the transaction processing? And there is again one thing which which there's a perception in people that you are offline, so you can do 200 rupees of transaction and you cannot do 2000. See, if you can do 200 nicely, it doesn't matter if you do 2000. It's only if you are able to build a design that can perform the transaction of X amount. The amount will not make any difference. And the only reason we are not able to achieve offline authentication of any X amount is because the wallets are decentralized. So you cannot say that the amount with which I am doing the transactions on this wallet is exactly the same amount that I have in the bank, because I may do a ATM transaction. I can take out 10,000 rupees. Here I am showing 10,000 when I was offline, but now I'm only on 5,000. So I'm doing a transaction that is more than what I have in my bank. That's the problem, because they're decentralized. But still, there is a possibility that offline authentication of any amount can happen given the right cryptographic primitives and algorithms are used.
Terrific. Okay, I think that's some very good points there. And I mean, clearly with that decentralization thing, there's a risk. Now, if there is a way to absorb that risk and manage that risk, then obviously, that is one way to assess it. I think you brought up another interesting point that there'll be a lot of jobs, and I think in this whole space, we're seeing not just increasing complexity but increasing compliance burden. And while a lot of companies and startups and everybody is worried about the rising compliance burden, that's clearly a lot of jobs and opportunities in that space. So let me come back to you, Pratibha, on that previous question. Taking this forward on this complexity, what is a way to how do you actually address it from predefined envelopes, which could be self-learning, which could learn in terms of AI/ML, where you have. So, for example, let's take this 6-hour reporting thing. Now, it's clearly next to impossible with manual assessment of a threat. Okay. So, what do you see ways to actually tackle this where, even externally reported threats can be taken through some sort of scan or filter so that they are assessed and, either rejected or passed through. Then if they're non-reported, but they're patterns which are detected, which are transformed into threat incident reports based on envelope assessment and threat and fraud level assessment. So do you see a potential there in using technologies like this to both make it feasible for companies to comply with a demand like this, and also make it feasible for certain or any such body to actually have the capacity to deal with these reports? Otherwise, what will they do with a billion reports which are, unverified or invalidated? They're not validated.
Right, right. So, what I can foresee is, if somehow so the data which is coming in, right, or the in the financial transaction, that, so whatever that data is, right, so that data, using the data element, you can find out probably the metadata around this data, which can talk about the general processing or the exact the elements or the attributes of the data, right? So, for example, if I'm talking about a normal threat in the world, right? So, for example, if I take an example of phishing here, right? So, phishing is something that we have been hearing a lot, and there has never been a year in which phishing is not at the top of every list of security use cases, right? So what happens here is that for example, if I'm just taking the example of phishing, and probably we can relate it to the envelope data of any financial transaction as well. So there will be an suspicious email that is detected by the email email protection tool, or it is manually reported to, say, for example, Secura as a as a SOAR by a user, right? So as a SOAR vendor, we will have to, we can pass out the elements of that email and assess the risk, right? So attachments can be sent to the sandboxes, external IPs and URLs. They can be checked out on the threat intelligence sources, and email authenticity is, it can be determined, right? So if the attachment is found to be malicious, Secura can find hosts that have been affected by the files, and it quarantines them, and a ticket is created and to reimage the host. And then if there is if the next external IP or URL that is found to be of high risk, right, it is blocked on your network and firewall. So this is something that happens, again, on the infrastructure side of security, right? But here, when we're talking about the financial side of security, you can again ingest all those envelopes which are, so say Pratibha Malik is, whenever she is logging into her banking app, say iMobile or HDFC or any other banking app, right? She's using a certain phone to always log in, right? At a time, and there's a certain time around it, right? So if there are rules which can be written, which can say that, that if this user tries to log in at this period of time, that means, and using a different set of, a gadget or a device or an asset, so there has to be an incident that has to be reported, right? So incident gets reported in, and then people check how much limit was, if it was sent to somebody else or whatever happened, right? And then before actually doing the transaction of the actual amount, if using an orchestration or an automation platform, if somehow that platform can get this incident, do an analysis around the data that has been there, and find out, if there are ways, if we can find out possible ways to find out whether this transaction was bad transaction or it was a good transaction. And to do this, there can be a phone call, right? So uh, there are times when you, if you spend certain, if there's a limit on your credit card, and then if you're spending more than that, the credit card vendor generally calls you that, if you are the exact person who is doing this transaction or not, right? So if something like this can happen, so that means there was certain set of steps which happened before the actual transaction took place, right? So similar to this, right, if we are getting lots of, for example, port scans, right, here, and then you're getting incidents in Secura, there are tools available using which, you can do there are feeds, and then there are APIs using which you can find out whether those are false, especially when you are certain kind of a thing are talking about the 6 hours reporting. So the first and the main thing is to find out what are your false positives. So once you have detected your false positive, then you are left out with the actual incidents which are in place. And when you have an actual incident in place, you can have your automation tool running in, which can do do an analysis around the envelopes, right? And means that they can do an analysis around the metadata or the attribute or the elements which are a part of that data, right? And once that analysis is done, and you can do all those things automatically as well, right? I am 110% sure that there are tools available to do that analysis around the metadata as well as the attributes. So once that is done, the next action is to the next action should be then to report it actually as an incident, or creating a ticket in service desk, or or there are many ticketing 3R reports for that matter, right? So it's, I'll say, automation and automation, right? So that is something that we have to, financial transaction of the world, especially in India, right? Wherein we can automate not only the transaction which is happening, but also the incident response and triage side of it as well.
Okay, great. I think very good insights there. And I think from one of the listeners, we've got this comment integration with fraud detection modules would also help identifying such anomalies. I think
Yes.
the point is you've got an enormous volume of potential reports there unless you're able to really define these thresholds well. For instance, I
Correct.
think you were hinting at device binding. Now, this is a device binding related violation. You are basically you are logging in from a different device. Okay, so your IP or MAC address is bound there, and then you see a different one. You're prompted for 2FA. The 2FA fails. Now, is that a report? Okay,
Yes.
so at what point do you kind of define that? Okay, yeah, this is a threshold. It has been crossed, and it should be reported. I mean, I simply see there's a sheer volume. So we are actually low on time. So I just want to quickly go over to you, Gaurav and Amar, and see if you have anything to add on this. And the last question I'll leave with you is on the standards part of it. Do you see a need for standards today to deal with this? I think a lot of the dealing is actually happening in a sense through what Gaurav you're calling the trust anchors. Because so let's take standards of interoperability. Let's through different wallets that has been mandated through UPI. So now we are also saying, okay, ATM cardless withdrawal from all different ATMs, they will interoperate to it. So in that sense, the trust anchor and the standard is kind of falling on the highest common factor, which is sort of one platform which is there. But it's not quite the same as a real globally accepted, maybe interoperable standard where. So do you actually see a need or evolution, or maybe things actually happening out there? Uh, Gaurav, Amar, plus anything else you want to add to this, and then we'll wrap up very quickly. Gaurav, Amar,
Yeah,
whichever of you wants to go first.
sure, sure. So, real quick, low on time. Definitely, standards are evolving. We have been seeing standards right from ages, and with every standard, there are a lot of overheads in terms of companies to actually implement them, actually certify them, prove that they are complying with them, etc., etc. Right? And this is the new, again, talking about the new cert in requirement of 6 hour reporting. I think Jeff Bezos had said every overnight success is decades worth of hard work. To reach that 6 hour time window, I think you need to have a lot of processes, a lot of automation, a lot of tools already put in place to understand. Okay, how do you define your IOC, your indicator of compromise, right? How at what stage do you want to call it? Okay, this is the information that I'm able to gather. Let me get some more data in terms of what's the actual damage which has happened. Many times, even that takes a lot of time to figure out that there has been a damage and what's the volume of that damage. I think all those factors are very much required. Uh, my sense or my way to take on that 6 hour window is not purely in terms of your ability to report, but your ability to be transparent with your customers, your users, saying that, okay, we have identified something and we acknowledge that, so that I'm not withholding that information for more than 6 hours. Is how I look at it, right? Because if you get into the fine print, sometimes it is about only after you have classified that as a real incident is when the clock starts ticking, right? And many a times, I mean, if you look at some of the other countries which are implementing, they have been given 24 hours, 72 hours to put that classification in place, which again takes you back in terms of identifying your assets, etc., etc. So not to take a lot of time here, Dr. Gaurav, your point, please.
Uh,
Terrific. Gaurav, over to you.
Yeah, so as you've asked, I think standards are very much needed. And what we are seeing is that in terms of the payment sector, we don't see decentralization a lot. Instead, we are seeing more of centralization. Because when you try to see this UPI, it's basically centralization of the total payment space, though they are being done by multiple applications, multiple PSPs. But at the end of the day, there is a central entity which is just being taking care of all these standards. And hence, what happens is even if they do not publish the standards, it is fine because at this point of time, say for example, if one entity is actually saying that I am the trust anchor and everyone trusts that anchor, then you don't need to have standards because that is the standard. But when you try to decentralize it, then you need more and more standards. So that's why the payment space may work now, because you trust NPCI, you trust UPI. So you basically say that, okay, this is the interface, these are the APIs which I'm using to actually do the transaction. I still trust the NPCI, so I don't need any standards to be there. But once you actually say that, like intra wallet applications, when you talk about intra wallet application, there is no standard. So one wallet company, say for example, Paytm might be taking a different way of doing intra-wallet payments. There might be another company which is taking their own standards for doing intra-wallet payments. So my point was that whether there are standards or not, I'm not aware of any such standards which are there to define intra-wallet payments in terms of security, in terms of specifically the encryption schemes and the way in which those intra-wallet transactions can happen, because everyone is using their own ways of actually achieving that, and that there is no problem with respect to it. But there can be standardization of that, which may be needed when you actually increase the number of people which will be using those kind of schemes. Now, if I talk about, say, offline transaction processing, definitely you'll be needing standards, because when you're talking about offline processing, you're actually completely depending upon the encryption, and how strong that encryption will define how much payments you can do, how what's the amount of payment that you can do. Because if you are actually doing an encryption which is strong, which is not strong, easy to break, because there is no internet, you cannot actually exchange keys, you cannot provide perfect forward secrecy. So what will happen is that you need to have encryption strong, and then you need standards. So once you move to more transaction processing which is happening in the offline space, you need more standards to be there. With respect to the certain reporting time and things that we were discussing, I think it has to be more discreet. I think it's more vague in terms of like what is an incident. Like when you say that incident reported, so are you saying that this incident is verified and then it has to be reported in 6 hours, or you're saying that once incident is actually there on your screen, this is the time when you start 6 hours? So I'm not very sure. I've read that report, but I'm not very sure with respect to what is the meaning of that. Secondly, let us suppose if we do that, there are two important problems that are coming up. If it is applicable to all the organizations with respect to like what is the size of the organization, what business they do, I think there's so many organizations in India. You don't know what is cybersecurity posture that they have. They have any kind of SOC with them or not. They have the specific reporting system or not. Secondly, let's suppose of a world where all of them started reporting that. How will you be able to manage that volume of reporting? Will you be able to see through those reports, do the steps to actually verify those reports? And what is the, at the end of the day, what you will do? What are the action items? So let's suppose if you identify that there's a report, is there any kind of legal binding as to what can be done if such breaches are found? I think if you see the Domino's data breach, we have not seen much. We have not seen much that happened. So until unless there is a punishable legal bindings with respect to data breaches, such reportings can just be in papers.
Absolutely. Great. We're out of time, but I think it's a great wrap there. And clearly, we are looking at enormously rising complexity and also volume of data along with that complexity. So, one thing is clear, we have, I mean, it has been rechecked and verified with CERT that they want raw, unverified reports. Now, it's still not clear what is a report, is an incident, at what level does it breach it, is it a reported thing? I think those things need to be sorted out. But it is not validated and verified, which is the case it is with other jurisdictions that they're citing, like Japan, etc., and all that. So clearly, enormous complexity, enormous rise in number of incidents, dealing with them, learning from them. We're going to have some very interesting times as these systems grow enormously complex with multiple players, partners, etc. And I think we're going to have a lot to deal with and learn by the time maybe we meet on this platform a year down the line. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for the great insights. And back to you, Satyam and DSCI.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prasanto. Thank you, team. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for their previous time and knowledge that was there. I would like to thank for conducting the session and asking very important and intriguing questions regarding privacy in transactions, modern transactions. So thanks for that. And I would like to thanks Amrish for uh, explaining the importance of standards and overheads. and the importance of automation in actually complying with the standards. So thank you for that. I'd like to thanks Pratibha for explaining the concept of incident reporting on in financial security, and also bringing up the point of automation in detecting threats before the actual transaction. So that was very insightful of you. So thanks for that. And Gaurav sir, thank you for explaining the concept of key transfer in encryption, the importance of key transfer actually, that is very important, and also bringing the point of business and job opportunities in this sector. So I think that would be very helpful for the students and the people who are searching for job opportunities. So this will be very helpful for them, and the importance of authentication. So thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.